Murder in My Backyard by Ann Cleeves. Read by Gordon Griffin. Side 1. Stephen Ramsay moved into the cottage in Heppelburn on March the 1st. When the estate agent first sent him the property details, he dismissed the place out of hand. He did not want to live in Heppelburn. The village had been the scene of a disastrous period in his career, and he thought he would always be reminded of failure. Then, on a cold Sunday afternoon in January, he went to look at the place, just out of interest. It was at the end of a quiet road on the edge of the village. He drove past a small row of miners' houses with long front gardens dug over, ready for the spring. And then there was open countryside, except for the low white cottage with the estate agent's sign outside. It was beginning to drizzle. Beyond the cottage the road dwindled into a farm track and then a public footpath, which led down Heppeldene to the sea. Ramsay stood by his car in the rain and looked at the cottage. It was old, built before the miners' houses, before the Industrial Revolution. It was single-storied, whitewashed with a grey slate roof, and it was small. The front door was below the level of the road, and it seemed that the house had been built into the hill. From the back there would be views over the Dean to the woods and the fields beyond. Now, when the trees were bare, it might be possible to glimpse the sea, slate-grey as the roof, between the hills. Ramsay had never been impulsive. In his relationship with Diana, she had been the irresponsible one, laughing at his desire for a conventional security. But standing, listening to the dripping trees, the decision was immediate and irreversible. It was late afternoon and very quiet. A red van loaded with turnips drove up the farm track towards the village. The driver stared at Ramsay as if he recognized him. He probably did. Everyone in Heppelburn knew Ramsay, but even that thought failed to deter him from his decision. He crossed the road to the cottage and knocked at the door. Eventually it was opened slightly by a small, frail man who peered out nervously. The garden must have seemed almost dark to him. Ramsay could see nothing of the room inside. "I want to buy your house," he said. The old man looked around him, as if searching for help. He clearly thought Ramsay was dangerous or deranged. "I don't know," he said. He had not understood. "My daughter told me I wasn't to show anyone around when I'm here by myself. We're told the agent, appointment only." He would have liked to shut the door in Ramsay's face, but did not quite have the courage. "That's all right," Ramsay shouted. He had decided the man was deaf. "I'll not disturb you now. I've seen enough. But I want to buy it. I'll tell the agent tomorrow." He turned and left the old man gawping, still peering out from the crack of the door. Ramsay hired a van, and on March the 1st he moved his belongings himself. It was not that he needed to save money. He had enough, and since his wife had left, there was no one to spend it on. He had offered, in his old-fashioned gentlemanly way, to support her, but she had laughed at him. She wanted freedom, she said extravagantly, not cash. So he was motivated not by meanness, but by a peculiar form of pride. It seemed wrong to him to pay someone to do a task which he could perform perfectly adequately for himself. He also felt distaste at the prospect of a stranger touching his personal belongings, especially those given to him by Diana. So he had tackled the job himself, with the help of a colleague, Gordon Hunter. Ramsay realized that his request for help from Gordon Hunter marked a change of attitude. He had never before met Hunter away from work. Even before his marriage, he had found the male beer-drinking evenings in the pub distasteful. Diana, he realized later, would have rather enjoyed them, and perhaps because of that he kept her away. He knew that at work he was thought of as distant, aloof. He married above him, they said, and now he thinks he's better than us. When he was still living with Diana, he caught whispered suggestions in the canteen that with all her money he ought to retire. When they separated, no one offered sympathy or understanding. Perhaps they were rather pleased. It took him down a peg or two and showed he was mortal like the rest of them. So when he asked Hunter if he was free on Saturday morning to give him a hand to move some of the bigger items of furniture into the cottage, his colleague was shocked. "Why, aye," he said. "Of course I'll help." He sensed that things between them would never be quite the same again. They worked all morning, carrying the heavy furniture, most of it donated carelessly from the big house in Otterbridge by Diana, into the cottage. At midday, Ramsay took Hunter to the Northumberland Arms and bought him several pints of beer and his lunch. The landlady recognised him and smiled, but did not ask what he was doing there, so he thought the news of his move must already have reached the village. In the afternoon, Gordon Hunter left. He would want to be in Newcastle on a Saturday night, and it took him time to prepare, so Ramsay was left to inspect the house alone. Apart from a cursory glance when he was shown round by the estate agent, he saw the inside of the house for the first time when he moved in, and they were too busy at first for him to look properly. There had been surveys, of course. He was not such a fool that he did not care whether or not the place was falling down. But he had not wanted to inspect it in detail until the cottage was his. He wanted to see it stripped of the sad memorabilia of the old man's life, the photographs in heavy frames, the hand-embroidered chairbacks, the plastic mug for holding false teeth in the bathroom. From the front door there were 2 steps down into the living room. It was the biggest room in the house, the depth of the cottage, with windows onto the road, and at the back overlooking the Dean. It had been a mild February, and in the small back garden there were daffodils in the borders, and a forsythia bush in bloom. The crocus were past their best. Inside the room there was a narrow brick fireplace. The windows were low, and the sills 2 feet deep. At opposite ends of the room, facing each other, were 2 doors. One led along a narrow passage to 2 bedrooms and a tiny bathroom, the other to the kitchen, which had been built as an extension. Ramsay carried the last packing case down the steps into the house, just as it was getting dark, and almost immediately after, as if he'd been watched, the doorbell rang. Outside stood a spry, white-haired old man. He was small and immaculately dressed, with black shoes that gleamed in the light of the room. He thrust out a hand towards Ramsay. "Hello," he said, and his accent was as thick as any Ramsay had heard. "I'm your new neighbour. I'm a bit of a friend of Jack Robson, like, and he said you were moving in. Our lass sent us round to see if there was anything you need." "No," Ramsay said. "I'm all right, I think. But it was kind of you to call." "I'll be aware then. Shall have the scran on the table." "No," Ramsay said. And that too was an indication that things were changing, that he had decided it was impossible after all to live in complete isolation. "Come in. Have a drink somewhere. You'll have one with me to welcome me in?" As the old man moved into the house, even Ramsay recognised that things were different. In the 3 years since Diana had left, no one had crossed the threshold into the Otterbridge flat he had rented. Here in a day he had received 2 visitors. He went to the kitchen and unwrapped glasses from newspapers and rinsed them under the tap. He poured out whisky and took it to the living room where the old man was staring out of the window into the dark. "What made you buy this place, then?" he said. Ramsay considered and followed his gaze to the window. "That, probably," he said. "The view." "We'll have to hope it'll still be there in 5 years' time," the man said. "I'd not bet on it myself." "Why?" Ramsay said. "What do you mean?" "Do you not know who owns that land?" "No. Ramsay said. "I presumed it belonged to the farm in the lane." "Him!" The old man almost spat his disapproval. "He's nothing but an asset stripper." "Who did he sell it to?" "A man called Henshaw," the man said. "A builder from up the coast. He specialises in executive developments in rural situations. That's what his adverts say. I've heard them on the local radio." "The council wouldn't allow building there," Ramsay said. "It's Greenbelt. I checked before I bought the house." "It'll not be up to the council, lad. Not any more. And I don't think that bunch in Westminster know what Greenbelt means." They finished their drinks in silence, and the old man left. At the time, Ramsay considered the conversation as doom-laden scaremongering. The Dean was a local beauty spot, and it was inconceivable that development would be allowed there. Later, he saw it almost as prophetic. It set the tone for his work over the next few weeks, and when he met Henshaw, he felt that his judgment had been corrupted. Ramsay woke the next morning to a fresh southeasterly breeze which rattled the bedroom window and swept through the trees beyond the burn on the other side of the Dean. He made a pot of real coffee and felt pleased with himself because he found mugs in the first packing case he tried, until it came to him that fresh coffee was a taste he'd acquired from Diana. Diana had been on his mind more often this winter because she had sent him a Christmas card. It was the first approach she had made to him since the divorce came through. He saw her occasionally in Otterbridge, striding down the centre of Front Street as if she owned the place. Her confidence still gave him a thrill of admiration and excitement, but he was too proud to let her see him watching. He wondered if the card meant she was already bored with her new husband, but the notion gave him no pleasure. He would like to think she was happy. He took his coffee to the living room and sat on the windowsill watching the cloud blow across the sky from the sea. He felt unusually content. The sound of the phone shocked him, and he answered it automatically without thinking who might be there. He should have known it would be work. Who else was there to phone him at home? "Sorry to disturb you," the voice said, and he realized he must have sounded as if he'd just woken up. "That's all right," he said. It was Gordon Hunter, excited, breathless, urgent. But as Ramsay listened to the voice of the other policeman, he was still staring out of the window at the racing clouds. When he replaced the receiver, it took him longer than it usually did to prepare to leave. The east wind pushed hard grey waves into Brinkbonny Bay, blew strands of dry seaweed around the legs of cattle grazing on the dunes, and sand into the road in drifts. It was March the 1st, but still as cold as winter. The small boats kept on the beach for fishing in the summer were still upturned in the car park, next to the shop which sold ice creams to day trippers when the weather was good. In the cottages, which were so close to the beach that the washing line stretched out into the sandhills, people listened to the wind and were glad that the tides were low that week. The bay spread for 7 miles in an unbroken sweep of beach and dunes, and Brinkbonny, at the southern point, was the only village. It was a straggling, ill-defined place. There was the row of cottages along the water's edge, with the post office and the ice cream shop as part of the terrace, and Tom Kerr's garage. Inland was the green, muddy and bare from a winter of children's games, overlooked by the Castle Hotel, some pleasant grey stone houses, and the village hall. Then the road continued west towards Otterbridge, and along it were farms and an occasional monstrous suburban villa. The tower was to the north of the village on a rise in the land, backed by an old deciduous wood. It was older and more impressive than the church, which had been placed beside it. The tower had been built by a settlement of border reivers who irritated the clansmen of Scotland by stealing their cattle and burning their houses. It stood, facing east, to withstand raiders from the sea. More recently it had been restored, almost rebuilt by an affluent Victorian, and turned into a comfortable house, with views over the flat green fields and pools behind the dunes. Alice Parry looked out of one of the upstairs tower windows and hoped briefly that the rain would stay off until the family arrived that evening. Rain, she thought then, was the least of her troubles. She absorbed other people's problems and cared about them as if they were her own. She thought about Charlie Elliot, who had left the army and was such a worry to his father. She thought about Olive Kerr, who helped with the housework at the tower, and who had seemed so strained and nervous since her separated daughter had come to live with her. It was a compliment, she supposed, that they confided in her, and she wished she had answers for them. Then she thought of the proposed development in the village and her responsibility for it, and decided that at least she could do something about that. She fetched her coat and outdoor shoes and set off for the village, leaving the kitchen door unlocked as she always did. Until last thing at night. She walked quickly, ignoring a twinge of arthritis, which seemed to have got worse since her husband died. The main entrance to the tower was from the Otterbridge Road, but Alice took the footpath through the churchyard, which brought her out by the village hall. She looked at her watch as she came out into the street, and saw that it was already 2:00, but thought it would not matter. Village meetings never started on time. She was surprised by the number of cars parked in the street. She knew the controversy of the new houses had stirred up feeling in Brinkbonny, but she had not expected people from the outlying farms to be so concerned. As she walked up the road, she saw another few latecomers enter the hall, but when she reached it, the door was shut again. She stood outside for a moment to catch her breath and looked in through the smeared glass pane in the door. The hall was packed with people sitting on uncomfortable wooden chairs. Behind a table on the stage sat Fred Elliot, postmaster and chairman of the parish council. As she watched, he stood up and began to speak. Even from outside she could sense his nervousness. He was used to meetings, but would never have spoken in front of so many people before. Mrs. Parry felt awkward now about pushing open the door into the hall in case the interruption should put him off his stride. Before she could decide whether to go in and listen or go away, the door was opened suddenly from inside, and she stumbled into the room. There was the sudden smell of damp, the gas fires they used to try to dry the place, and mice. "What's this, then?" said the big man who had opened the door. It was Charlie Elliot, the mechanic from Tom Kerr's garage, Fred Elliot's son. "It's a spy from the opposition." There was a little embarrassed laughter, and, encouraged, he went on. "Come to gloat, have you, Mrs. Parry? Come to see how much money you're going to make?" He looked round for admiration like a child showing off. Everyone in the hall was staring at her. She felt hot and angry. "No," she said, "not at all. I wanted to explain. I'm on your side." But he would not listen. "A development in the heart of the village? Homes for a horde of yuppies? I suppose you think that's just fine." "You don't understand," she said. "I'm on your side." He seemed to hear her for the first time. "How's that then, Mrs. Parry?" he said, still playing to the audience. "You're the one that sold the field behind the tower to Henshaw. He couldn't build all those fancy houses on it without you." "How here, man, Charlie?" Fred Elliot called from the stage. "This is no way to run a meeting. Give Mrs. Parry a chance." "Go on, then," Charlie said sulkily, nodding towards the stage. "You wanted to explain? Go up there and tell us all about it." She walked to the front of the hall, her sense of outrage at the position Henshaw had put her in getting through the awkwardness. She stood on the stage beside Elliot. As she spoke, she was acutely aware of her southern middle-class accent. "It's not my fault," she wanted to say. "I was born in Northumberland too. I didn't ask to be sent away to school." "It's true that I sold the land to Henshaw," she said. "But he misled me about the sort of development he was planning for the Tower Field. I suppose I was foolish to trust him, but he showed me professionally drawn-up plans. He said there would be 20 small, reasonably priced houses for local families and 6 retirement bungalows. I talked to members of the parish council, and they approved of the idea." She faltered. A strand of white hair had become unpinned from the untidy roll at the back of her head. She felt old and self-conscious. "That's a bloody big field for 26 little houses," Charlie shouted from the back of the hall. "What did he tell you he was going to do with the rest of the land?" She blushed. "I know it sounds naive," she said, "but he told me he was planning a children's play area and football field. I believed him." She looked around the hall. "I sold the land for well below the market price," she said helplessly, "because I wanted to do something to help the village. I've been so happy here. I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry." There was a sympathetic silence, but Charlie shouted, "It's all very well being sorry, isn't it? But that won't stop Colin Henshaw building 80 executive detached dwellings, each with a double garage." He sneered as he quoted the exact wording on the planning application. "We'll be outnumbered. There'll be more incomers than there are of us. Of course, you're an incomer, so maybe you'll feel at home with them." "Charlie!" Fred Elliott said sharply. He turned apologetically to Alice Parry. "Go on, pet," he said. "The planning inspector has approved Henshaw's plans," she said. "But the council still has time to appeal against the inspector's decision. That's why I'm here. We must persuade the council to fight the case in the High Court. I want to support your campaign. I don't want Brink Bonny ruined any more than you do, and I'll fight to protect it." She sat down to a spasmodic outburst of applause, and to more jeers and hisses from the back of the room. Fred Elliott called for a vote on Alice Parry's idea that they should put pressure on the council to fight the planning inspector's decision. The motion was overwhelmingly carried, and they settled down to form an action committee and to arrange a petition and letters to local councillors. When Alice left the hall to return to the tower, it was 4 o'clock. The wind had strengthened, and sand blew up the street and stung her eyes. In the shelter of the high wall which surrounded the churchyard, she moved more quickly, almost running. She was glad to have attended the meeting. It was better, after all, than staying at home feeling guilty. But there would be a rush now to have everything ready before her visitors arrived, and she felt overwhelmed by it all. Her nephews and their families always came to Brink Bonny on St. David's Day. It was a tradition which had begun when her husband was alive. He was a Welshman, and demanded that they celebrate the day. She was never sure how much the boys valued the effort she made, but kept the tradition for her husband's sake, and because she knew the children liked it. She especially enjoyed the company of the children, and as she grew older, thought she had more in common with them than she did with Max and James. She had never had a family. She let herself in through the kitchen door at the back of the house and plugged in the kettle to make tea. Tea always had a calming effect. She began then the preparations for dinner, and was standing at the window, beating cream in a large glass bowl, when she saw the young woman walking down the drive. The woman, who was so young that to Alice she was a girl, had been in the village hall, though Alice did not recognize her as a local. As she approached the house, she hesitated, uncertain which door to try. Alice opened the kitchen door. "Yes," she said. "Can I help you?" "Mrs. Parry?" the woman said, though she must have known exactly who she was talking to. "I'm sorry to disturb you. Could I speak to you for a few minutes?" There was, Alice thought, something of the gypsy about her. She had very dark hair, and her clothes were untidy, but exotic, and very brightly coloured. "I'm very busy," Alice said. But something about the woman was familiar, and she was curious. "You'll have to come into the kitchen." "My name's Mary Raven," the girl said. "Could I talk to you? I'm a reporter with the Otterbridge Express." Olive Kerr heard the outcome to the meeting in the village hall from her daughter Maggie, who was a barmaid at the Castle Hotel and heard all the gossip. People who had left the meeting early arrived at the pub just before closing time and were eager to talk. Charlie Elliott figured largely in the stories. Maggie passed on a carefully edited version of events to her mother, but Olive was still indignant. "He was always a troublemaker, that Charlie Elliott," she said. "I don't know why your father had to take him on." The words were like a refrain. She had spoken them so often before. "He's the last person you'd think Tom would want to work with." Maggie said nothing. She knew the criticism was directed as much at her as at Tom. The two women were in the kitchen at the back of the house. Although it was only mid-afternoon, it was almost dark, and the wind blew sand onto the window, so it rattled like hail. Maggie's sons and her father were watching football on the television in another room. "I'm sorry," Maggie said. "If I could find somewhere to live, we'd move out. I'll phone the council again on Monday." "You're welcome here as long as you want," Olive said. But she was tight-lipped and angry, and Maggie knew it was not only the overcrowding which made her so tense. The older woman began to put on a coat, punching out the sleeves with her fists, tearing at the zip with furious fingers. "Where are you going?" Maggie asked. "To the Tower," Olive said. "It's St. David's Day, and the family are coming. I promised Mrs. Parry I'd do her a couple of extra hours before dinner." "Shall I give you a lift up in the car?" Maggie asked. "It's going to rain any minute." "No," Olive said. "The walk'll do me good." "Take care, then," Maggie said. But her mother had already gone, and there was no reply. Peter Laidlaw divided his year by the time spent at Brinkbonny. When friends at school boasted about package tours to the Greek islands or Disneyland, he considered them with scorn. Nowhere in the world had the magic of his visits to the Tower. His father, Max, was a general practitioner in Otterbridge, and the family lived in a big Victorian terrace house with tricycles in the hall and gerbils in the kitchen. 9-year-old Peter was happy enough at home, but his parents were always busy, and the house was often crowded with people he did not know. His parents promised him their attention, then found excuses for not fulfilling the promise. His latest campaign was for a tree house in the ash at the bottom of the garden. The excuse for not building it was a rusting tandem which had stood outside since the twins were born. "There's enough rubbish in the garden already," his mother would say, "without making any more. When your father takes that thing to the tip, we'll think about it." Max had bought the tandem when he and Judy were students, and he was reluctant to get rid of it. It represented a time of great happiness, evenings in folk clubs, friendships, shared bottles of cheap wine. He had loved to ride with her around the Northumberland countryside. She looked so striking, a frail pre-Raphaelite beauty with red hair, and people in the streets stared at them as if they were celebrities. He was proud to be seen with her. When Peter was born, Max had fitted a small seat on the back, and they still rode out together on family outings. Then the twins arrived, and the tandem was useless, pushed outside to make room for the rocking horse Alice had given, and all the other toys. Now Judy swore at it, whenever she went into the garden to hang out washing, and nagged at Max to do something about it. The days of romantic bike rides seemed long past. It seemed to Max that Judy could not be happy now, unless she was part of a group of women. Whenever he came home from work, the house seemed full of them, or of other people's children. He never complained to Judy. That would be an uncharitable, unliberated thing to do. He had encouraged her to take part in the community activity, and presumed she enjoyed it. She had been a nurse, and she taught relaxation for the National Childbirth Trust. Sometimes he came home from running an antenatal clinic in the health centre to find rows of pregnant women lying on the living room floor. She volunteered to run a crèche for the Women Writers' Workshop, and every Wednesday afternoon she was exhausted with the effort of entertaining a dozen precocious children who ground Play-Doh into the carpet and tipped sand down the lavatory. She was a committee member of Amnesty International and Greenpeace, and the groups met in their home. It occurred to him occasionally that he would not recognize her if she were not surrounded by a group of women, a coffee mug in one hand, leaning forward earnestly to listen or make some point. He could hardly remember what she looked like when she was on her own. Even in bed, she usually had one or other of the twins beside her. She was always tired. "Dad," Peter said from the back of the car as they drove out of Otterbridge towards Brinkbonny, "what do you get if you cross a sheep with a boiler?" "I don't know," Max said automatically. "Central bleating." Max groaned. "That's very funny, Peter," Judy said. She looked at Max crossly. Humour was an essential phase in a child's development. "Will I be able to stay up for dinner tonight?" "Perhaps, if Aunt Alice agrees." "Will Sam and Tim?" "I expect they're still too small." Sensing Max's irritation, Judy passed a copy of the Beano into the back seat, and for the rest of the trip to Brinkbonny, Peter was quiet. From Otterbridge, they drove east along narrow lanes through farmland. To the south on the horizon was the winding wheel of a long-extinct pit and the chimneys of a newly built aluminium plant. But they seemed a long way off. It was late afternoon, and the clouds were building for a storm. They drove straight into the wind, and in exposed places the car rocked and buffeted. In the valleys, where rows of trees lined the road, it was almost dark, and when they drove through the villages, there were lights in cottage windows. When they drove into Brinkbonny, it started to rain, with slow, heavy drops, and the cloud over the sea was so thick that they could not see beyond the first range of dunes. As Max turned into the Tower Drive, through the high walls covered with ivy, he had to switch on his headlights to see, and it began to pour. As the car stopped behind the tower, sheltered a little from the east wind, Alice came out of the kitchen door to meet them, under a huge golfing umbrella, followed by one of her cats. She wore a blue and white striped apron over her clothes, and there was flour in her hair. "My dears," she said, "how nice to see you." Peter was trying to open the door in his impatience to get out and kicked Sam in his eagerness. Sam began to cry. Max shouted at Peter for his clumsiness, and it seemed there would be a horrible family scene until Alice thrust the umbrella into Max's hand and scooped up the child from the back of the car and made him laugh, sent Peter into the house to wait for his cousin, and greeted the adults with a calm, slightly bemused smile. "Come in," she said. "There should be some tea." When he met his wife, James Laidlaw was 30, already editor of the Otterbridge Express, with ambitions of better things. He had interviewed Stella Rutherford in a small workshop in a converted barn on the outskirts of Otterbridge. He was preparing an article on local business, and she was fresh from art school, with plans to set up in knitwear design. He knew of her because her father was one of the biggest landowners in the district, and he'd expected someone loud and horsey. In fact, Stella was pale, fine-featured and nervous. She chain-smoked and laughed at herself for being so anxious. It was her background, she said. Everyone expected so much of her. Her father had told her she would be a failure, and she thought he was probably right. Side 2. James left the interview with Stella feeling like a 16-year-old in love for the first time. And even now, 13 years later, he was obsessed with her fragile beauty. She was right. The knitwear design idea had been a failure, and as soon as she had married, she had given it up. She seemed not to have the strength to see anything through. Even motherhood, it seemed, was too much for her. And after the birth of Caroline, she had been so severely depressed that she had spent 6 months in hospital. Her father, an insensitive and self-centered man, had found her illness embarrassing and cowardly. He had never visited her in hospital, and since then the family had little to do with him. Stella claimed to hate him. James had seen her through the bad times, almost glad of an excuse to spoil and cherish her. Even now he considered her before anything. He had been offered a job in Fleet Street, but turned it down without discussing it with Stella. He knew she would never survive the move. He had been working, and was later home than Stella had expected. He saw her waiting at the window, and felt guilty for making her anxious. "Do we have to go?" she said, as soon as he came into the house. "I'm not sure I can face it." "Nonsense," he said gently. "You know you'll enjoy it while you're there." "I won't," she said. "I don't know why we go. You don't even get on with Max particularly." "Oh, well," he said easily. "It's always relaxing to be with Alice." "She doesn't sound very relaxed at the moment." Stella was defensive. "She phoned not long ago and asked to speak to you. She's worried about the development on the land at the edge of the village. She wants your advice." "That's not worry," James said. "It's guilt, because she sold the land in the first place. There's nothing I can do about it now. We reported the Department of the Environment's decision in the paper." The Express was a local paper with a limited circulation, but James Laidlaw took his journalism seriously. It was not all advertisements and wedding photographs. He had done a piece once about the poor standard of care in an old people's home, which had been taken up by the big Newcastle papers, and a feature about a county councillor's corruption had forced the subject of the article to resign. Caroline, who was 12 and their only child, appeared quite suddenly beside them. She was wearing a coat and carrying a hold-all. She was slight and pale as a ghost, so quiet that they often hardly noticed she was there. Her mother dressed her in old-fashioned clothes, skirts too long for her, so she looked younger than she was. "Are we going?" she asked. The question surprised them. So seldom did she take any initiative. "Peter will want me to play with him. He'll miss me if I'm not there." "Do you enjoy these trips to Brinkbonny?" James asked. Sometimes he wished he had a son, someone noisy and robust to bring life to the house. Even now, when most of her friends had Walkman cassette players and bedroom walls covered with pop posters, the only sound to come from Caroline's room was the practiced scales of her violin. "Oh, yes," she said, her eyes gleaming. "It's the best place in the world." When they arrived at the tower, the front door was open, but there was no sign of Alice. Max and Judy were in the sitting-room drinking tea, not speaking. In the wide wood-panelled hall there was a pile of baby equipment. "Look at this," James murmured to Stella as he stepped over buggies, camping cots, packets of disposable nappies. "It's like a travelling circus." Peter appeared at the top of the stairs on the first landing and called Caroline to join him. She dropped her hold-all with the rest of the luggage and ran to meet him, but by the time she reached the top he had disappeared into the small room where they kept their toys and were allowed to play. Her parents must have joined Max and Judy. The silence was broken by a muffled whimper. Caroline moved quietly along the landing and listened again. The noise was coming from Aunt Alice's bedroom. Alice was crying. Caroline stood quite still and felt her own eyes fill with tears. She felt betrayed. That was the sort of behaviour she expected from her mother, not her aunt. Now it seemed all adults were similarly unreliable. She turned her back on her aunt's room and looked for Peter. Mary Raven sat in her car and dreamed of her secret lover. She had met him, one beautiful summer's evening at a barbecue on the wild, uninhabited part of Brinkbonny Dunes, owned by the Northumberland Wildlife Trust. The party had been organised by the Trust, and she was there partly because she was sympathetic to the cause, and partly to cover the event for the Otterbridge Express. At first it was a predictable evening. The fires took too long to light. The sausages were burnt on the outside and pink in the middle, and bossy women with jolly girl-guide voices shouted to them as if they were children. "Come on, everyone! There are hundreds more sausages!" Mary drank too much red wine from a plastic cup, then climbed over the dunes to look over the sea. It was late, but still light, the sky violet and gold, reflected in the wet sand and ebbing sea. Behind her she heard the children complaining as they were rounded up for bed, the first chords of guitar music, the strains of a protest song. The empty beach stretched south for 7 miles towards Brinkbonny village. When he climbed up the dune and sat beside her, she was not surprised. Perhaps she had wandered away from the crowd in the hope that she would be followed. It was that sort of night, hot, romantic. She was ready for excitement and some sort of sexual adventure. When she saw who it was, she was not surprised, though at the time anyone almost would have done. She had been aware of him all evening, and had sensed, as he prodded cindered sausage with a long fork, that he was ready for rebellion too. "Hello," he said. "Are you all right?" "Fine," she said. She smiled at him. "You look a bit lonely." "No," she said. "Just enjoying the evening." She stood up suddenly and ran down the steep bank of sand, sliding and tumbling, sending up a rainbow of fine sand which gleamed in the last of the light. She was wearing loose, clown's trousers and a T-shirt in black and white stripes. When she reached the water, she looked back at him. Later she thought that if she had carried on up the beach without turning to see if he was still there, staring at her, none of it would have happened. He would have gone back to the fire, shaken the sand out of his trainers, and, under the orders of the bossy women, done his duty with black bin bags and rubber gloves. He would have gone straight home to his wife. But she did turn round, and he saw it as a challenge to follow her. He launched himself from the top of the dune and ran at full tilt without stumbling. She was impressed by the run. She had expected a more cowardly descent, a sedate walk perhaps, with his hands behind him in case he fell. As he ran towards her, she turned and walked away up the beach, just on the edge of the tide. He fell in beside her, as if he were there by chance, as if in the whole vast expanse of the beach it was pure coincidence that he happened to be there. Nothing extraordinary occurred that night. There was no wild passion in the marram grass. They walked almost the length of the beach until it got dark, acknowledging each other's presence in the end with brief bursts of conversation. Afterwards, she could not remember exactly what had been said. She had talked, she thought, about her mother. Perhaps she had been more drunk than she realized. Halfway back they stopped. He put his arm around her and pointed out the shape of one of the constellations. She could not remember which. When they returned to the point on the beach where the walk had started, she could see the skid marks of her slide down the dune in the moonlight. He kissed her and ran away. "I must go," he said. "Yes," she said. "Of course. I'll be in touch," he said. "I'll see you. I'll phone you at home." Yeah, she thought, like hell you will. The extraordinary thing happened the next day. She woke up with a sense of elation and joy she had not experienced since the uncomplicated happiness of childhood. She had more energy. She felt that for the last 20 years she had been only half alive. Inevitably, the elation faded, though it lasted undiminished for almost a week, and then her craving to be alone with him again began. She dreamed about the walk on the beach. reliving it every night before she went to sleep. Yet with every rerun, its magic grew no less potent. "What's the matter with me?" she thought. "I didn't go through all this when I was 16. I'm an independent woman." The need to see him again was humiliating. She drank too much to try to forget him. "He's married," she thought. "I mean, really. I don't need this hassle." And all the time she knew it was not the man's company she wanted, but the elation and vitality that had followed it. She became desperate, like an addict, waiting for him to make an approach. Then he phoned her at home, late one Saturday afternoon. "Mary?" he said. She recognized his voice immediately. "Yes?" "I was wondering if you were free this evening. We could go out for a drink, a meal. We could go into town." Of course, she thought. Much less danger of being recognized in town. "Mary?" he repeated. And she realized that he was as desperate as she was. "Yes," she said. "I'm free this evening." She felt a sudden panic in case he was disappointed in her. That had been how it all started. They met in Newcastle, in a poorly lit wine bar, and she drank Perrier all evening, because she wanted nothing to cloud her memory. Then she had taken him back to her flat, and he had stayed all night. "What will you tell your wife?" she asked. It was 5 a.m, blackbirds singing fit to burst outside, and him naked, shambling round the room, retrieving his clothes. "She'll blame herself," he said. "We've been through a bad time lately." "So you only phoned me because you had a row with your wife?" Mary spoke carefully. If she made too many demands on him, he might not see her again. "No," he said. "Of course not. It wasn't like that." "You can't understand what she's like. I've been looking for an excuse since the night of the barbecue." And that was true as well, he thought. She had haunted him. The phone call might have been an impulse, a way of escaping his wife, a way of proving to himself that he was still attractive, but it was hard to forget Mary Raven. After that, they met every week, at least once, sometimes twice. Usually he came to Mary's flat. He never stayed the night again. She never introduced him to her other friends. They teased her about her secret lover, but she just smiled. The first joyous elation returned, but only occasionally, and she persisted with him, in the hope that it would last. Perhaps I should be satisfied with those moments, Mary thought, sitting in the car as the light faded and the wind blew stronger than ever. But she knew she wanted more than that. In the tower, the dining room was decorated, as it always was on March the 1st, with vases of daffodils. They were everywhere, on the polished wood table, and the window-sills, and even standing on the floor. In the old days, when Anthony Parry was still alive, they would have been forced to listen to records of Max Boyce live at Neath Rugby Club, and even to male-voiced choirs singing the Welsh national anthem. Now the daffodils were enough to remind them of St. David's Day. No one except Carolyn noticed that Alice had been crying. If they saw that her eyes were red, it would never have occurred to them that she might be upset. She was not the sort to howl alone in her bedroom. She was made, they all thought, of sterner stuff. She stood at the head of the table, ladling soup into bowls. An indomitable English lady, secretary of the WI, organizer of the Village Horticultural Society, and now founder member of the Save Brinkbonny campaign. She was wearing clothes she must have had for years, flared purple trousers, which she had bought, in fact, when she had taken the boys for a trip to London in 1969, and a silk tunic her husband had brought home from a trip to Hong Kong. It was Peter's first grown-up dinner at Brinkbonny, and for the first 10 minutes he was so excited to be there, at the table between Aunt Alice and his mother, that nothing else mattered. The disappointment came slowly. He had expected a special attention from Alice, a conspiratorial joy in his achievement at persuading his parents to allow him to stay up. He thought she would listen to his jokes. But throughout the meal she was distant and preoccupied, and he wondered if he had offended her in some way. He became nervous and knocked over his mother's wine with his elbow. "Peter," his mother said, "if you can't sit still, you'll have to go to bed like the twins." Then he looked to Alice for her customary support, but she seemed hardly to have noticed the incident, and there was none of the laughter, the assurance that it was only an accident and really did not matter, which he might have expected. At the end of the meal he sat sullen and silent. He had looked forward to this weekend for months, and it was all spoiled. Immediately after the meal he was sent to bed. He had a room near the top of the tower, which he shared with the twins. His brothers were asleep in their cots, snuffling and snoring. The strong winds had blown the storm over, and the rain had stopped, but the wind was still fierce and it was cold. The noise was deafening. The gale blew around the old stonework and through the trees behind the house. Night had come suddenly, and it was dark. Peter thought it was very exciting. His mother pulled his sleeping bag around him and sat on the bed to kiss him. This attention was unusual. At home she was always in a hurry to clear up before going to a meeting or running a class, and there was only time for a quick story. Now she sat close to him and waited in the dark and noisy room. "Mum," he whispered, hoping to keep her there. "What's wrong with Aunt Alice?" "Wrong?" she said. "Nothing's wrong. What do you mean?" "She didn't talk to me," he said, "and she didn't say anything about the treasure hunt. She always does a treasure hunt on the first night." Judy laughed. "She's more important things to think about than you children," she said. She began to stroke his forehead. "Besides, there might be a treasure hunt tomorrow." "No," he said, quite certain. "It's always on the first night." "Oh, well," she said easily, "I expect there'll be other treats." She stood up. "Will you be all right?" she said, "with all this wind?" "Yes," he said. "I like it. I'm never scared to bring Bonnie." When Judy returned to the dining room, they were all still sitting at the dinner table. Alice had switched on the lights and drawn the curtains. They were drinking coffee, their elbows on the table, and as she entered the room she expected to hear the familiar family gossip, the old stories about Anthony, about other St. David's days, about James's and Max's childhood. But they were silent. She thought of Peter's whispered question, "What's wrong with Aunt Alice?" and realized that Alice had always started the after-dinner conversations, bringing the others in until the whole family were included. Without Alice, they had nothing to say to each other. As Judy took her place at the table, Alice broke the silence. "Carolyn," she said, "I realize it's not bedtime yet, pet, but would you mind going up to your room? I'm sure your mother will come up to see you later." Carolyn got up and drifted out without a word, but the adults were surprised. Weekends at Brink Bonnie were informal, chaotic affairs with the children wandering around in their nightclothes until midnight, and the parents complaining that it was impossible then to return them to a normal routine. "I want to talk to you," Alice said, "about this development in the village. I feel strongly about it. I'm going to fight it." They looked at each other amused. Why was she taking herself so seriously? She was famous for her involvement with environmental issues, something of a joke, even to Judy, who supported her. Alice the Green, James called her secretly to Stella. "It's too late now," James said. "You've sold the land." "It was in good faith," Alice said. "For small, cheap houses in the village, people like Fred Elliott's son who want to stay in the area. Not executive detached residences with double garages and 2 bathrooms. She looked at James sharply. "I expect your help," she said. "There was no proper contract," James said. "There's nothing I can do. You could run a story about it in the Express. Everyone knows you're my aunt. How seriously would that be taken?" "You wouldn't have to comment," Alice raged. "Let me put my point of view, and let the builder give his. The reader could make up his own mind who's right." "You're too late," James said, so irritated that he lost his usual politeness. "The planning procedure's over. The decision has been taken." "The council could appeal," Alice insisted stubbornly. "If they felt public opinion was against the development, they'd appeal against the planning inspector's decision." "I'm sorry," he said. "It's no good. We carried the story when the plans first went before the council. I'm not going to do it again." "Then why did you send a reporter to the action meeting this afternoon?" Alice demanded. "What was Mary Raven doing here?" The name seemed to shock James, and for the first time he seemed uneasy. "She came to the house after the meeting," Alice continued. "I found her a very pleasant woman, very committed. We had a long conversation. She was most sympathetic." James shrugged. "She's young," he said. "No sense of proportion. No objectivity. She belongs to all those conservation groups. I've told her before that the Express isn't just a vehicle for her own propaganda." "You don't understand." For the first time, they realized how upset Alice was. They were afraid she would cry. "You don't understand how important this is to me." There was silence. "Alice," Judy said at last, "what is all this about?" The older woman got up suddenly and left the room. When she returned, she was carrying something which a child might have made at school. A collage of newspaper and magazine cuttings on pink card. She set it on the table, and they read the words, made up of letters cut from different sizes of print and different sorts of typeface. "If you kill this village," it read, "we'll kill you." "You're not taking this seriously," James cried. "Really? It's just some crank." "I don't take the threat seriously," Alice said. "Of course I don't. But I take the sense of outrage seriously. This afternoon at the protest meeting, I was accused of hypocrisy, of caring more about money than about the people who live in Brinkbonny. But it's not true. This development is part of the greed and materialism which will ruin our countryside if we let it." She paused dramatically, and Judy was reminded that Alice had made exactly the same speech at the county meeting of the WI, with the tune of Jerusalem playing behind her. Judy pictured her aunt on the stage, articulate and ferocious, and remembered the cheers and applause which had followed her words. But today there was no applause, and Alice continued more quietly. "I love it here," she said. "When Anthony and I moved into the tower, we were strangers, but people made us feel that we belonged. When he was ill, the house was always full of flowers, gifts from our friends. And when he died, there was always someone to talk to. The tower and my friends in Brinkbonny mean more to me perhaps even than my family. Now I feel I've betrayed them, and I'm not going to let it happen." She looked directly at James. "The tower will be yours one day," she said. "Perhaps you should think that you have some responsibility for Brinkbonny too. Otherwise I might have considered leaving the house to someone who's prepared to take the responsibility more seriously." There was silence. The threat seemed so out of character that they could hardly believe they were understanding her properly. They stared at James. "That's blackmail," he said at last. He spoke very quietly. "I don't give in to blackmail." "Think about it," she said. "I told you that I was going to fight this development. I'm prepared to use everything I can to stop it." She got up suddenly, went to a sideboard and poured herself a drink. She brought the bottle of scotch and some glasses back to the table. When she spoke again, they were reminded of the old Alice, of cheerful, eccentric good humour. "I expect you all think I'm very silly," she said, "and I really don't want to offend anyone. But it's so important to me. You do understand, don't you, how important it is?" She looked around the table, inviting their sympathy, some response of support. But they were all too shocked to answer. "Have a drink," she said. "It's St. David's night. Anthony always got drunk on St. David's night. Don't you remember that night when it snowed, and he insisted we all went sledging by moonlight?" Then they joined in the conversation, glad to hide their awkwardness with the familiar words. But the stories soon tailed away, and they were left again with silence. Stella stood up first. Throughout the discussion she had been blankly unresponsive, as if she had not even been listening to what was going on. "I'll just go and check on Carolyn," she said, "and make sure she's asleep." She spoke with an abruptness which did nothing to relieve the tension, and they were glad when Alice stood up too. "Come on, Max," she said. "I want a word with you. Come into the kitchen and help me with these dishes." When the others offered half-heartedly to help, she turned them away. "No, no," she said. "I'm not going to do it all. Just tidy it up for Olive to see to in the morning. Besides, I want a private word with Max." Carolyn had fallen asleep almost immediately, but Stella stayed in her bedroom, staring at the child without attempting to touch her. There was nothing to do. Carolyn scarcely moved in her sleep, and the sheets and blankets were still firmly tucked around her. All her clothes were neatly folded on the chair. But Stella did not feel ready yet to return downstairs. The confrontation between James and her aunt had disturbed her. She did not know what to make of it. More importantly, she was not sure yet how it would affect her. She'd always seen the tower as part of her future. As the old panic and insecurity returned, she felt that they all ought to be more considerate towards her. Didn't they know that stress was bad for her, and that the sort of hostility they had both expressed was likely to make her ill again? She decided to wait in the bedroom until James realized she was missing. That way she would avoid the unpleasantness of any further argument, and it might frighten him into realizing that he should treat her more carefully. She needed the reassurance that he still worried about her. She knelt on the floor by the long window and looked out into the garden. She could hear the movement of the big yew trees in the churchyard beyond the wall. Occasionally the wind blew the clouds away from the moon, and the garden was lit. Otherwise all she could see was a streetlight beyond the churchyard, where there was a gate onto the village green, and occasional headlights as cars moved slowly down the Otterbridge Road towards the sea. It took her a while to realize that there was a woman in the churchyard walking backwards and forwards along the path from the green to the small wrought-iron gate in the wall, which marked the boundary with the tower garden. Stella saw the woman first in a brief flash of moonlight, a small figure, half hidden by the gravestones, with long hair, which streamed behind her in the wind. She saw her again, when she paused under the streetlight, but was too far away then for Stella to see the detail of the face or her clothes, though something about the way she stood and walked seemed familiar. The church clock struck then, and the woman looked up at it, as if she could hardly believe the time. Then she moved away from the light to begin pacing once again up and down the path between the tower and the green. Stella did not see her clearly after that, but was aware of a movement in the moonlight, a shadow blown, it seemed, by the breeze between the white marble stones. When James came to find her, Stella did not mention the figure. Perhaps she thought he would think it one of her old hallucinations, and would return to the subject of hospital and the need for proper treatment. Perhaps Stella hoped to save the fact of the woman until she really needed it, until she was in a situation when she needed them all to take notice of her, like money saved for a rainy day. "What are you still doing here?" he said, gently, when he came into the room. The others are wondering where you are." She got up quickly and moved away from the window. "It was all that fighting," she said. "It upset me. You know I shouldn't be upset." "Yes," he said. "I know." He put his arm around her and led her out of the room and held her tight as they walked down the stairs. But as they approached the living room, it was clear that Alice was involved in argument again. "I must talk to him," she was saying. "I won't sleep until I've talked to him." She was wearing a parka with a fur-lined hood, one of the sort that boys of 8 or 9 wear, and was pulling a pair of Wellingtons over the purple flares. "But it's late," Judy said. "Why don't you wait until morning, or phone him if you want to talk to him now?" "It's all so simple," Alice said. "It came to me when I was talking to Max. I don't know why I didn't think about it before. It's obvious. I'll have to buy back the land." "What are you doing, Alice?" James said. He stood just inside the room, his arm still around Stella's shoulder, blocking the door. "She's going to see Henshaw," Judy said helplessly, "to persuade him to sell her the land." "That's ridiculous," James said. "He spent thousands drawing up the plans. He'll not sell it back to you now." Alice sat on the carpet, so she could pull more effectively on the Wellingtons. She looked up at James. "That depends," she said, "what I offer to pay for it." "At least let me come with you," James said. "I don't like the idea of your being out there on your own." "I don't need a bodyguard," she said. "Not yet." She stood up and waited for James to move away from the door. "Don't stay up for me," she said. "This may take some time." She went out into the garden, slamming the front door behind her. Judy made more coffee, and they sat in the small square sitting room until the fire died back to its embers. There was some talk of going out to meet Alice to make sure that she got safely home, but they decided she was a grown woman who knew her own mind, and they drifted eventually to bed. Peter woke soon after it got light, while his parents and the twins were still asleep. He dressed quickly and quietly and ran downstairs to the kitchen, where he expected to find his great-aunt. Alice seemed to need no sleep at all, his parents said. She was always last to bed after a party and first up the next morning. She had the constitution of an ox. Usually, early in the morning, Peter would find her in the kitchen, sitting on the wooden rocking chair next to the Rayburn, wearing the old lab coat she used as a dressing gown, a cat on each knee. But today the kitchen was empty, and the cats came up to him, running against his legs, hoping for food. Peter felt the disappointment of the night before. Alice had let him down again. He liked the morning ritual at Brinkbonny. His aunt would make tea in a brown earthenware pot and set out the cups on a tray. For her a wide, shallow one, the size of a soup bowl, and for him a small yellow one with poppies on the rim. Then they would drink the tea, eat digestive biscuits, and plan the day's events. There was a tap on the kitchen door, and he thought for a moment that it would be Alice. But what would she be doing outside? There was another knock, this time louder and more impatient. Peter went to open it, and was surprised when it was unlocked. Usually when his aunt let him out into the garden in the morning, she took a big brass key from a hook by the door to open it. Olive Kerr stood outside, stamping her feet with cold and anger at being kept waiting. She was a large-boned, aggressive woman. She ignored Peter and swept past him. Soon after, there was the sound of the Hoover in the dining room. Side 3. Peter stood uncertainly in the kitchen, trapped by Mrs. Kerr's activity. He was frightened of her. She had a haughty, imperious manner, and reminded him of his headmistress. She returned to the kitchen to fetch the polish and dusters, and he slipped hurriedly outside into the garden. It was a cold, raw day, and he wished he had waited to put on a coat. The wind blew a smell of salt and seaweed. In the kitchen, he heard his father shouting that it was cold because some fool had left the door open, but Peter took no notice. He was even less eager to see his father than to see Mrs. Kerr. He wished he knew where his aunt was. He zigzagged, the wind blowing him towards the churchyard wall. In the corner was a swing, which his great-uncle had tied from one of the heftier trees when Caroline was still a toddler. The ropes creaked as he sat on the wooden seat and moved himself forward. With every swing he kicked a pile of leaves swept up in the autumn, so that the wind picked them up and scattered them away in a brown whirlwind across the garden. At that moment his father came to the kitchen door and shouted to him. "Peter?" He sounded resigned rather than angry. "What are you doing out there? What will your mother say? You must be freezing. Have you seen Aunt Alice?" Peter did not answer immediately. He had seen, under the pile of leaves, a black Wellington and a piece of purple fabric. He jumped from the swing and ran towards his father, chasing and stumbling towards the house, crying. Max took over then. He sent Peter indoors and went to look under the leaves himself. It was only later that Peter was told by his mother that Alice was dead. As Ramsay drove into the village, he saw a poster advertising the meeting to protest against the proposed housing development on the Tower Field. How would I feel, he wondered, if the developer at Heppelburn decided to put up a new housing estate behind my cottage? He answered the question immediately. Murderous, he thought. I'd feel murderous. When he drove between the high walls towards the tower, the drive was crowded with familiar cars. And in a huddle in the corner of the garden, hands deep in Barber jacket pockets, so they might have been landowners preparing for a day's shooting, were his superiors, who waited uneasily for him to take over the investigation. It was always the same. Formality dictated that they had to be there, but they would take little active part in the investigation, and they preferred not to interfere. They could claim, then, not to be responsible for any mistake. When Ramsay got out of the car and approached them, he felt they were more anxious than usual. The body was still there, wet, half covered with leaves. He bent and looked carefully for a moment. The woman was lying face down on the grass. The wound was in her back, and her clothes were soaked with blood. She was stabbed, he said almost to himself, and only once. The murderer was either very confident, or he knew what he was doing. He stood up and turned away to face the group who watched him. "Who is it?" he asked. The superintendent, young, able, lazy, who had recently returned from an exchange visit to Colorado, answered indirectly. "Steve," he said, "we might have a difficult one here." "Why? Who is it?" "Her name's Alice Parry. Does that mean anything to you?" Ramsay shook his head. "She's a magistrate, and a well-known lady. Her nephew's James Laidlaw, editor of the Otterbridge Express." "Yes," Ramsay said. "I know James Laidlaw. Does that matter?" "Steve, does it matter? Remember Heppelburn? We need the press on our side." "Yes," he said. "Of course. This is all I need," he thought. "The press will be here watching every move we make." "Has the murder weapon been found?" he asked. "No, and we've no information yet on what we're looking for." Then the superintendent went away, telling Ramsay to be careful and that he would deal with all press inquiries, and Ramsay was left alone with the smell of ivy and wet leaves. By then it was 11 o'clock, and the congregation for parish communion was coming out of the church. The vicar, his cassock billowing about him in the breeze, stood at the door to greet his parishioners. There had been a christening, and the mother stood proudly, holding the baby in its long robe, while admiring friends took photographs. Then there was the giving of the amice, the napkin wrapped around coal, bread, salt and money, which in Northumberland churches is given to the first child the baby meets, and more photographs. Ramsay wished they would all go, but some of the congregation must have heard about the murder, because they came up to the wrought iron gate and stared at the policeman searching the garden. He found his sergeant, Gordon Hunter, in the kitchen talking to Olive Kerr. "How are you settling in?" Ramsay said nothing. He disapproved of Hunter's easy familiarity. Perhaps it had been a mistake after all to invite him into his home. A murder inquiry needed tact and gravity. Yet he noticed that even the straight-backed, straight-laced woman was responding to the sergeant's attention. Hunter would be making her feel special, playing the part of the attractive, rather wayward son who needed looking after. Soon she would be making him tea and telling him to wrap up warm before he went out because the wind was cold. When Hunter saw Ramsay, he whispered something to Olive, which made her smile, then stood up. "We need screens," Ramsay said. "There are already people in the churchyard staring. They can't see the body from there. But it'll not be long before we have the press in the garden." "The press is here already," Hunter said. "In the house. One of Mrs. Parry's nephews is the editor of the Otter Bridge Express." "I know," Ramsay said. He was already feeling depressed. "Tell me who else is here." "Laidlaw's wife Stella, and their daughter Carolyn, and his brother and his family. They're all in here." Hunter led him through the hall to the square, warm room where the family had waited the night before for Alice's return. As soon as he saw them all, Ramsay knew that these were Diana's sort of people, and the thought triggered a profound unease and an excitement. They could easily have been friends of Diana's, invited to her dinner parties, sharing evenings in the theatre, meals in dimly lit foreign restaurants. He recognized the style. Although the women wore jeans and hand-knitted sweaters, their wardrobes were probably full of clothes which Diana might have chosen to wear. It had always surprised him that Diana would admit quite happily to having found a bargain in a charity shop or jumble sale, a real silk shirt, and only £5, but refused to go near the cut-price chain stores in the high street, where his mother shopped. It seemed to him a strange sort of snobbishness, though Diana always said he had no taste and could not possibly understand. Throughout the interview with the Laidlaws, he felt that, with Diana's arrogance, they were saying the same thing. "You're different from us," they implied. "You're from a different background. How can you possibly understand?" Yet he felt from the beginning that because they were Diana's sort of people, he did understand them. It was his secret weapon, that understanding. They would always underestimate him. He stood just inside the door and looked around the room. James Laidlaw sat on a worn leather Chesterfield, reading an old copy of the Times. He recognized Ramsay and stood up. "Inspector," he said smoothly, "I'm glad it's you. It's always easier to work with a person one knows." Ramsay nodded but said nothing. There seemed to have been no collective support or sympathy, no communication even between them. Max Laidlaw was sprawled on the floor. He was tall like his brother, but younger, good-looking in a dark Celtic way. He seemed too inexperienced, Ramsay thought, to be a doctor. It was hard to imagine him taking responsibility. He was too careless of other people, too self-absorbed. He took no notice of Ramsay. It was the women who held Ramsay's attention. Their sophistication stirred memories which disturbed him. A fair, fine-boned woman sat on a small chair close to the fire smoking a cigarette. Her wrists were so thin and long that it seemed they would snap as she moved the cigarette to her mouth. She wore a white mohair sweater with a huge collar, and in contrast her eyes were very dark. She was so pale that he wondered if she were ill or had taken some medicine. He had seen addicts with the same drawn pallor. But perhaps she was only scared, he thought, moved by her beauty. James Laidlaw saw Ramsay looking at the woman and introduced him. "This is Stella," he said. "My wife." In the few words he gave the impression of great pride. She turned towards Ramsay. Her neck was very long, and the hair was tied back so tightly that her head seemed small. She smiled sadly. "Good morning," she said, and returned her gaze to the fire. The other woman was quite different in colouring and stature. She had a round face like a child's and copper-coloured hair. He thought she would easily be raised to anger. When James introduced her as Judy Laidlaw, she did not speak but glared at him. Ramsay thought she was probably the sort of woman who disliked policemen as a matter of principle. At a coffee table away from the fire, 2 children were making a jigsaw picture. They worked in silence, in a dreamlike absorption. "I'm sorry," Ramsay said. "You'll be upset, but you realize I'll have to ask some questions." "Of course," James Laidlaw murmured. "Anything we can do to help?" Judy stood up and walked quickly to the playing children. "Carolyn," she said quietly, "would you mind taking Peter into your bedroom to finish the puzzle? We want to talk." Ramsay thought for a moment the girl would object or cause a scene. She turned towards her parents, who seemed not to notice that she was pleading to stay. Then, with an adult resignation, she picked up the jigsaw and left the room. Peter obediently followed her. Judy stared at Ramsay with a mixture of hostility and curiosity. "Is that all right?" she said. "Peter found the body. He still seems terribly confused, and I don't want to make things worse." "Of course," Ramsay said. "I'll need to talk to him later, but it can wait." He stood by the fireplace and looked at them, waiting for some response, for their questions. Judy was struck by his stillness. He must be very confident, she thought, to stand there quite immobile, watching us, waiting for someone to break the silence. For the first time she considered the police not as despicable, but as frightening. Suddenly the silence was too much for her. "Max said Alice had been murdered," she said. "Is that true? I can't believe it." "Yes," Ramsay said. "Mrs. Parry was murdered. She was stabbed. It probably happened quite close to where Dr. Laidlaw found her. The murderer must have covered her body with the leaves. He, or she, might have thought it would take longer for Mrs. Parry to be found. If Peter hadn't gone to play on the swing, it would have taken several hours, I should guess." "She?" Judy cried. "You don't think a woman would do anything like that?" Ramsay looked at her seriously. "Why not?" he said. "It wouldn't have taken any great strength, you know, especially if the murderer was known to Mrs. Parry." He realized he was trying to shock them and checked himself. It was time for the moment to stick to fact. He directed his questions to Max. "When you found the body," he said, "was the wrought iron gate between the garden and the churchyard open or shut?" "Shut," Max said. "Definitely shut. When I saw that she was dead, I noticed the vicar coming from the green towards the church. I shouted to him for help, though I don't know exactly what I expected him to do. It was so windy that he didn't hear me. It was like one of those nightmares, you know, when you shout and no sound comes out. In the end, I ran to fetch him. The catch on the gate is very stiff, and it seemed to take hours to get it open. He didn't realize that anything was wrong and just stood on the path, smiling." When Max stopped talking, there was another silence. Ramsay looked at them all again. They were shocked, of course, but still very self-composed. If anyone was lying, it would be hard to find out. Yet, if anything, the shut gate indicated that the murderer was a member of the household. Would someone who had just committed murder stop in his flight to fasten a difficult catch on the gate? Then he remembered Olive Kerr and made a mental note to ask which way she had come into the house. "Now," Ramsay said, "tell me what you're all doing here and what happened last night." "We always stay with Alice on St. David's night," James Laidlaw said. "It's a family tradition. Her husband was Welsh, and she liked to entertain." "You arrived yesterday?" James nodded. "Late in the afternoon." "Did your aunt seem concerned? Worried?" James hesitated. "Not really. She was angry about a new development planned for the edge of the village, but that was nothing unusual. She was always fighting for some cause or another. I'm afraid she was rather a crank." "No," Judy said. "That's not true. She was well-read, intelligent, concerned, especially about environmental problems." She turned to Ramsay. "Alice was a scientist," she said, "a chemist. She met her husband at Newcastle University, where they both worked. He was a historian and quite famous. You might have seen him on television. Alice may have dressed rather strangely and been a bit eccentric, but she was no fool." "Perhaps you could explain about the new houses and what they had to do with Mrs. Parry?" Ramsay asked. "Alice originally owned the land where the housing development is proposed," Judy said. "She sold it to a builder on the understanding that it would be used for cheap starter homes for the village people. Then she found out that the development would be much bigger than she'd been led to believe, and that he was going to build big executive homes for people prepared to commute into Newcastle. Of course, the villagers are furious and think Alice sold out, though she let the land go to the builder for well under the market value." "What is the name of the builder?" The interruption was gentle, and she hardly paused. "Henshaw," Judy said. "Colin Henshaw." Ramsay recognized the name immediately as the builder who owned the land behind his cottage. He said nothing, and Judy continued. "There was an action meeting in the hall yesterday afternoon. Alice went to it, and apparently it got very nasty. Later in the day she received a threatening letter. It really upset her." "Were you at the meeting?" Ramsay interrupted again. "Can you tell me exactly what happened?" "No," Judy said. "We didn't arrive until it was all over. But one of your reporters went, didn't she, James? She would be able to tell the inspector what went on." "Yes," James said absently, "though I'm not sure how reliable she is." "What is her name?" Ramsay asked. "Raven," James said. "Mary Raven." Ramsay turned to Judy. "You mentioned a letter," he said. "Could you tell me about that?" "It was delivered here some time after the meeting," Judy said. "By hand, I suppose. But if Alice guessed who had made it, she didn't say. It was anonymous. There was no writing, only words cut out from newspaper. It was horrible. Violent. It said something like, 'If you kill our village, we'll kill you.'" "How did Mrs. Parry respond to the letter?" "She wasn't frightened," Judy said. "She was sad and upset, but not frightened. She loved Brinkbonny. She didn't want her friends to think she'd let them down." She looked at James and smiled a little maliciously. She was angry, too. She thought James could do more to support her by making a fuss in the Express. She threatened to cut him out of her will if he didn't help her. "Nonsense," James said. "She said no such thing. This is preposterous." "Come on, James," Max said, rolling onto an elbow. "She may not have spelled it out, but that's certainly what she implied." It seemed to Ramsay that the couples did not like each other very much. The brothers seemed to have little in common, and the women had not acknowledged each other's presence since he had been in the room. Stella raised her swan-like neck and looked at them, as if the bickering were beneath her. She had contributed nothing to the conversation, yet he thought that in some subtle way she was manipulating the direction it was taking. "Tell me about this letter," Ramsay said. "Do you know what happened to it? Where is it now?" "I don't know," Judy said. I didn't see it in the dining room this morning. Perhaps Alice took it out with her. Out? Ramsay repeated. Did Mrs. Parry go out after dinner last night? Yes, Judy said awkwardly. At about 10 o'clock. Where on earth did she go at that time of night? She went to see Henshaw, Judy said. She wanted to persuade him to sell her back the land. Judy Laidlaw had become the family spokesperson. She was competent, articulate, and they seemed content to leave the responsibility to her. Yet occasionally, as she spoke, she glanced at Stella with undisguised spite, as if she were pleased to have the opportunity to put her and James in the wrong. If James had promised her more support in the Express, she might never have felt it necessary to go. But you let her go, Ramsay said. On her own? She was a very independent woman, James said. Of course, we tried to dissuade her, but she wouldn't listen. What time did she come back? They looked at each other, ashamed and defensive. She told us not to wait up, Max said lamely. Ramsay looked at each of them in turn. Did anyone see Mrs. Parry after she'd been to Henshaw's last night? He demanded. No one answered. Who went to bed first? He asked. How long did you wait for her? I went first, Judy said. I didn't hear Max come in. I fell asleep very quickly. I was watching a late film on television, Max said. It didn't finish until midnight. James and Stella went up before me. And it didn't occur to you to worry about Mrs. Parry? Ramsay looked at them all in astonishment. Why did they feel so little guilt? They were, in a way, responsible for their aunt's death. They should have taken more care of her. Max shook his head. I had a lot to think about, he said. Problems at work, you know. I expect you'll find it hard to believe, but I'd forgotten even that she was still outside. You didn't lock any of the doors? Max shook his head again. No, he said. Alice saw to all that. And you didn't go outside? There was perhaps a momentary hesitation. No, Max said. Why should I have done? Ramsay paused, and the focus of his questions became more general. He could sense their relief, but was unsure if it was because one of them had been implicated in the murder, or because, after all, they felt some shame in having let an old lady wander about alone so late at night. Did any strangers come to the house yesterday evening? He asked. Not while we were here, Judy said. Olive Kerr was here until we sat down for dinner. Alice asked her to join us, but she said she wanted to go back to her own family. I suppose the letter must have been delivered by someone, and of course that reporter was here in the afternoon. The reporter from the Otterbridge Express? She came to the tower as well as to the meeting in the hall? I think so. Judy looked round at the family for confirmation. Isn't that what Alice said? That she had a discussion with Mary Raven after the meeting? But the others, it seemed, could not remember. You didn't see any strangers from the house? Ramsay persisted. There was no one hanging around the drive or in the churchyard. Stella Laidlaw smiled suddenly and spoke for the first time. Only those teenagers who hang around the bus stop on the green, she said. They were there, I think. Can you see the green from the house? Oh, she said. You can see most of the village from our bedroom window. She remembered the moonlit figure, pacing between the gravestones, and smiled again, hugging the information to herself. Ramsay saw the smile and thought how heartless the woman was. She had nothing, after all, to be pleased about. All four Laidlaws would be under suspicion, and subject to intrusion and prying questions until the investigation was over. Every family had secrets, and he would know most of the Laidlaws before the thing was finished. The thought gave him no pleasure. Will both Max and James benefit under Mrs. Parry's will? He asked, and, as he'd expected, the question provoked righteous indignation. Could he really think, they said, that they would hurt Alice? They all loved her. "You see why I have to ask," Ramsay said mildly. "If you don't wish to discuss it with me, I can talk to Mrs. Parry's solicitor." "The tower comes to me with the understanding that it's to stay in the family," James said. "I respect her wishes, of course. She hadn't a lot of capital, but what there is goes to Max. Neither of us stands to make a fortune from her death." "This is ludicrous," Max said. "You should be talking to Henshaw. He must have been the last person to see my aunt alive. And what about the maniacs in the village who called that meeting yesterday and want to stop the building? What about the lunatic who wrote that letter?" Ramsay ignored the outburst and stood up abruptly. He felt he'd spent enough time with them. In other circumstances, he would have muttered something about leaving them alone with their grief, but grief seemed beyond them. "Thank you for your attention," he said. "Please stay in the tower until one of my officers has taken statements from you. Then you'll be free to go." As he left the room, he could sense their resentment. In the playroom at the top of the stairs, the children had finished the jigsaw puzzle and were talking with an intensity that would have surprised their parents. It was a small, cluttered room with a bare wooden floor and faded print wallpaper. The toys were mostly old, strange, unlike the bright plastics they had at home. There was a fort with carved soldiers and a large metal spinning top. On a trestle table along one wall there was a model railway with peeling papier-mâché hills and houses made of balsa wood. It had belonged to Peter's father and had been built by Anthony Parry, but Peter had been told that he was still too young to play with it unsupervised. As Carolyn spoke to him, he looked at the trains with longing. It seemed a terrible injustice that he could not touch them, and that thought, on top of all his other misery, made him suddenly cry. Carolyn watched in frustration as tears ran down his cheeks. "It's no good crying," she said crossly. "I'm only trying to help you." She felt much older than him, and knew she would have to take all the responsibility. "We must sort out what we're going to tell them." "I won't tell them anything," he cried, looking up at her. "I promise." For the first time ever he was frightened of her. He had loved his cousin since he could remember, but the violence of her words made him wish she would leave him alone. Yet he still wanted to please her. "Of course you'll have to tell them something," she said. "They won't ignore us just because we're children, not this time. You found the body. The police will want to talk to you." "Will they?" She seemed so clever. He knew he would trust her judgment. She'd always protected him from unpleasantness. He stood up and wandered to the window. A pile of old annuals was stacked on the sill. Before he had started school, Carolyn had read them all to him. Outside, the policeman who had spoken to his parents appeared on the grass. Frightened, Peter turned back to the room and his cousin. "Answer all the questions about finding Aunt Alice," she said. "Tell them just what happened. That won't matter. But when they ask you about last night, this is what you must say." She took his hand and pulled him close to her so he could feel her fine hair on his cheek. He listened carefully as she repeated her instructions. Ramsay had banned them all from the kitchen until it had been checked forensically. If Mrs. Parry had been stabbed, he said, the murderer might have gone into the kitchen to clean himself up. And the knife. They were to look for bloodstains on the floor and by the sink. Banished from the kitchen, Hunter took shelter in an open shed, which was attached to the house. Logs were stacked against one wall, and there was a heavy saw hanging on a nail. Ramsay found him in there, drinking tea from a flask, with the civilian scene of crime officer. When the Socko saw Ramsay, he melted into the garden, and Hunter was left to explain. "It's bloody cold outside, sir," he said. "You can't blame him. The village PC is keeping an eye on the site." Ramsay said nothing, and Hunter continued. "He's got a police house in the village. You'll be welcome to use it as a base, he says." "Thank him," Ramsay said. "I'll see him later." "Do you want some tea?" Ramsay shook his head. "I've finished with the Laidlaws now," he said. "You can take their statements. Where's Olive Kerr?" "Upstairs in the bathroom washing her face." She was a bit upset. Outside, the scene of crime officer was bending diligently over the body. Hunter had been right. It was very cold. "Can you give me any information about the murder weapon yet?" Ramsay asked. The man looked up, eager to be helpful. "We're looking for a smooth, wide-bladed knife, I think," he said. "The sort you'd find in any kitchen for cutting meat, something sturdy but not at all unusual." "Anything else of use?" The man shook his head. "Not yet." Ramsay went back into the house and found Olive Kerr, standing uncertainly in the hall. Her eyes were red from crying. "Come on," he said. "I'll walk you home." "I can't believe it," she cried. "I was here yesterday afternoon, helping her get ready for the family. Now I'll never see her again." Gently, he helped her off with her apron and on with her coat. They went out through the front door and onto the drive. It was so cold that the bitter wind took his breath away, but Olive hardly seemed to notice it. There were more policemen now in the garden, searching along the line of the wall. "What are they doing?" she asked. "Searching for the murder weapon," he said. "Later, I'll have to ask you to look in the kitchen and see if anything's missing. We're looking for a meat knife." "I wouldn't know," she said. "Mrs. Parry was careless with her things. There's a pile of cutlery in the kitchen and more in the scullery." They came to the wrought iron gate to the churchyard. "Do you always come to work this way?" he asked, having to shout against the wind. "Usually," she said. "It's quicker than going all the way up the Otterbridge Road and down the drive." "Did you come this way today?" "No," she said. "It was so wild, Tom gave me a lift to the end of the drive." So he thought. You didn't shut the gate behind you this morning. Either the murderer was very careful, or he left by the drive, or, he thought, it was one of the family. When they got to the green, they turned to face the weather. She walked very quickly, stiff, upright and proud. The waves beyond the cottages were huge and relentless, and Ramsay could taste the spray where he stood. "I'll be all right now," she said. "You can leave me here." "I've some questions to ask," he said. "I'll have to come with you." She nodded briefly and walked on. Side 4. In the house behind the garage, there was a smell of meat cooking. Tom Kerr must have been looking out for Olive, because he had the door open before they reached it. He was a tall man, bearded, rather serious. His hair was balding, and he made Ramsay think of a monk. "I heard in church," he said. "I was just thinking I should come and fetch you." He put his arm around her, and Ramsay felt excluded, a little jealous. They were obviously very close. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'll have to come in. There are questions to ask. But I thought you'd be more comfortable here than in the tower." "Yes," she said. "Of course. Tom, this is Inspector Ramsay. He's in charge of the investigation." Tom Kerr nodded and stood aside. "Maggie's at work," he said. "I told her she should stay here today, that you'd need us all around you, but you know what she's like at the minute. There's no talking to her." "For goodness sake, man, she's better at work." "What good would she do here? Leave her alone. None of this is her fault." The sharpness of her words shocked Ramsay, and it occurred to him that there was a tension between them that had nothing to do with Alice Parry. He supposed that it was none of his business, unless it had a bearing on the investigation. Tom Kerr accepted the rebuke apologetically. "There's a fire in the lounge," he said. "Why don't you go in there? The boys have been playing upstairs since they came back from Sunday school. They'll not disturb you. I'll make you some coffee and bring it in." Olive nodded and led Ramsay into a small room with large, heavy furniture. She picked up a coal scuttle, rattled the fuel loose, and thrust it onto the fire. The flames were damped briefly by the coal dust, then burned again. "Tell me about Mrs. Parry," Ramsay said. He settled comfortably into one of the armchairs. He wanted to show her that he was in no hurry, that he could listen to her all morning if she would talk to him. "How did you seem yesterday? You probably knew her as well as anyone." She nodded, acknowledging the statement as a compliment, before replying. "She was canny," Olive said. "Just like she always was. I never knew Alice Parry anything but thoughtful and kind. The meeting had upset her, and she was angry about Henshaw and his houses, of course, but she was always in a state about something, and that had been rumbling on for days." She paused. "I blame myself for that," she said. "I started it all off. My daughter's divorced, and she and the Bairns live with us. I was always complaining that there was nowhere in Brinkbonny she could afford to buy, and the council houses all sold off. I didn't know it then, but Mrs. Parry went off to talk to Henshaw about that land. I told them in the village she was only acting for the best, but they didn't believe me." "Who didn't believe you?" Ramsay asked. She looked at him stubbornly and shook her head. "I don't tell tales," she said. "Alice Parry was murdered," Ramsay said. "Whoever killed her is dangerous and must be found before it happens again. Last night she had an anonymous letter from someone in the village threatening her because of her part in the new development. I have to know who felt strongly enough to send her that letter, even if it's only to eliminate them from our inquiries." Olive Kerr sat up in her chair. "You should talk to Fred Elliott," she said. "He's the postmaster, and he's leading the campaign against Henshaw. He's a parish councillor. He'd not have sent any letter to Mrs. Parry, but his son Charlie is a difficult man, likes an argument, you know the type. My man took him on as a mechanic when he came back from the army. I wasn't happy about it. I thought there'd be trouble. But Tom is a good man. He thought it was his duty." He thought she was going to tell him something else, something personal, but she straightened her back and continued. "Charlie might have sent the letter just to stir up trouble." "Does he live with his father?" Olive laughed a sharp, bitter laugh. "Charlie can't afford a house of his own either. Mrs. Parry's scheme would have helped him too." There was a knock on the door and Tom Kerr came in, carrying a tray with cups of coffee which rattled on the saucers as he set it on the table. "I'll leave you to it," he said, and then directly to Olive. "I'll be in the kitchen if you need me." Ramsay stood up and handed one of the cups to Olive. "Tell me about the family," he said. "How did Mrs. Parry get on with them?" Olive sniffed and spooned sugar into the thick brown liquid. "Well enough," she said, "I suppose. She loved the bairns, spoiled them silly. Not my way of bringing up children, but you couldn't blame her. She never had any of her own, though she practically looked after Carolyn single-handed until she was 1. Stella was poorly, postnatal depression, they said, though she's always had trouble with her nerves. She was in hospital a lot, and her family weren't much use. So James used to bring the baby here before he went to work and pick her up in the evening." "What about the adults?" Ramsay asked. "Were they close to her?" "Close enough. When they wanted something," she said. "A nice weekend in the country, someone to mind the bairns when they wanted to be out. They never bothered to see if Mrs. Parry needed them." She liked their company, and she wasn't getting any younger. It wouldn't have hurt them to call in and spend more time with her. They say they're busy. We're all busy. She never complained. Said she had her own life to live, and that was true enough. But she would have liked to see more of them all the same. She paused, but Ramsay said nothing. He was thinking it would be dangerous to take what Mrs. Kerr was saying too seriously. She was reinforcing his own prejudices about the Laidlaws, and he needed to keep an open mind. Still, he hoped she would continue. At the beginning of an investigation, he had endless patience. I suppose she was closer to Judy than to the others, Olive went on. They had the same sort of interests, and sometimes they went to meetings together, but I don't think Mrs. Parry liked her any more. I don't know that she liked any of them, really. Are either of the nephews short of money? Ramsay asked, then wondered if he had been tactless and too abrupt. But Olive Kerr's loyalty to Alice Parry did not extend to her nephews. She shook her head, disappointed almost that she had no positive information to give. No, she said. James always seems well off. They've just bought a big new house in Otterbridge. Stella's got expensive tastes, but I expect her family says they're all right. She's a Rutherford, you know, from Rothbury. Ramsay nodded. Everyone in Northumberland had heard of the Rutherfords. Between them, they owned half of the county. Max and Judy were always moaning about money, but only in the way those sort of people do. Doctors aren't badly paid. They bought that house in Otterbridge when Max first qualified, so there can't be much of a mortgage. It occurred to Ramsay that Olive had said the same thing before, that she and Alice had often discussed the nephew's financial and domestic arrangements. He imagined the women sharing coffee and moral superiority. These young people don't know what hard work means. Opportunity handed to them on a plate. It wasn't the same when we were young. You had to make your own way then. There was another pause. I didn't have to work there, she cried suddenly. It wasn't the money. She was a lovely woman. She started to cry and rubbed her eyes with a handkerchief, clenched in a hard red fist. Tell me about yesterday afternoon, Ramsay said. What time did you arrive at the tower? At about 5 o'clock, Olive Kerr said. I said I'd give Alice a hand with the dinner. She was a good cook, but messy. She needed someone to clear up after her. Was she on her own then? Yes. Max and Judy arrived about half an hour later. Did she mention a reporter who had come to do an interview about the meeting? Mary Raven, you mean? I saw her. She was walking back towards the village. I don't think Alice would have said anything about her if I hadn't asked who she was. She was quite cagey about her and what they'd been talking about. It wasn't like her. She never usually minded publicity. Did anyone else come to the house that evening, apart from the Laidlaws? I didn't see anyone. But then I wouldn't have done. I hardly moved from the sink. Alice had used every pan in the kitchen, and I wanted to leave the place straight before I went home. She looked at her watch. That beef'll be burnt to a cinder, she said. You'll have to let me go. I will have no lunch today. Yes, he said. I've nearly finished. She stood up in an attempt to persuade him to leave, but he remained for a moment where he was. Mrs. Kerr, he said, why didn't you have dinner with the family last night? Wasn't it usual for you to join them? Yes, she said. I usually had dinner with them on St. David's Day. Mrs. Parry always invited me. But I had my own problems. I wouldn't have been very good company. Then Ramsay did stand up and say that he would not take up any more of her time. As he left the house, he saw Tom Kerr at the end of the passage, peering out of the shadows to be sure he had gone. Ramsay walked back to the tower slowly, his hands in his pockets, taking in every detail of his surroundings. He might have been a tourist. At first, there was no one else about. Even the castle hotel seemed almost empty. Inside, he supposed Olive Kerr's daughter would be serving the customers, who had no Sunday dinner to hurry home to. By the main gate into the churchyard was the bus shelter, where Stella had seen the teenagers the night before, and Ramsay stood there for a moment to shelter from the wind. As he waited unnoticed, 2 boys dressed in black leather walked past. They seemed young, all the teenage bravado driven out of them by the cold, and they were whispering together, more like gossiping girls than boys. As they walked past, he heard one of them say, with the extravagance of the young, "If my dad finds out, he'll kill him." Then they were gone. Ramsay wondered if he should chase after them, to find out if they had been in the bus shelter on the previous night, but he turned back towards the tower. There was more to be done there, and the boys would be easy enough to trace in a place the size of Brinkbonny. He walked into the churchyard and followed the path Alice Parry would have used on the day of her death, coming back from the village hall. Ramsay wished he had known her. He thought he would have liked her. Olive Kerr lifted the heavy meat tray out of the oven and clucked over it, before setting it on top of the cooker to keep warm. Tom had followed her back into the kitchen and stood, waiting for her to speak, prepared to offer any comfort or reassurance she needed. But when she turned to face him, she said nothing about Alice Parry. "You shouldn't blame Maggie about that business with Charlie Elliot," she said. "I've been thinking we haven't been fair to her. It's not her fault." "She could have stayed with her husband," Tom said. "That would have provided a stable home for her boys and saved us all a lot of trouble." "But she was unhappy," Olive Kerr said. "You could see how unhappy she was, and all those arguments weren't doing the boys any good." "I know," he said. "I know I'm hard on her." He paused. "But don't you realise that her separation started it all? Charlie Elliot told me that he would never have left the army if he hadn't known she would be free. That's the only reason he came home." "All the same," she said, "you can't blame her. She gave him no encouragement." "I can't stand him hanging around the house," he said suddenly. "I see enough of him at work. Whenever I go out, he's there waiting for her. If she wants nothing to do with him, she should tell him." "She has told him," Olive Kerr shouted back. "She was engaged to Charlie Elliot when they were both 18. She broke it off after 3 months, and she hasn't been interested in him since. She's told him so a dozen times. It's not her fault that the man's as daft as a ship's cat and won't listen to her." "Then why doesn't he leave her alone?" "I don't know," Olive said. "He's stubborn, lonely. Perhaps he's hoping that she'll change her mind. But pestering her will do no good. She's as stubborn as he is." "It's not a joke anymore," Tom Kerr said. "A couple of nights ago I couldn't sleep. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and he was still out there in the street staring up at our window." "Why don't you talk to Fred?" she said. "Perhaps he'd speak to him." "No," Tom Kerr said. "He takes no more notice of his father than he does of me." There was a silence. She took a heavy meat knife from a drawer and began to carve the beef. "You know," she said, "you could do something about it, if you want to." "What do you mean?" he said. "If he had no work in Brinkbonny, he'd have to leave. There'd be nothing to keep him here then." "I've no grounds for sacking him," he said, shocked. "He's a good enough worker. What excuse could I use for sacking him?" "And you know why I took him on." "You don't need an excuse," she cried. "You're the boss. Why should you feel guilty?" but he shook his head. "No," he said. "I couldn't do that. It wouldn't be right." "He's making your daughter's life a misery," she said. "Is that right?" He did not reply. She clattered plates from the top of the oven onto the table and began to serve the meal. "I'll tell you something," she said. "If you don't sort out Charlie Elliot, Maggie will, and I'm frightened about what might happen. Alice Parry's death has made terrible things seem possible." "You're upset," he said. He was relieved that she had returned to the subject of Alice Parry. He found that easier to deal with. "Of course you're upset." She lost her grip of the knife she was holding, and it slipped onto the table, and then the floor, scratching a tile. "Go and tell the boys to wash their hands," she said. "Their dinner's ready." He picked up the knife, set it on the table, and went slowly out of the room. At the tower, the Laidlaws were preparing to leave for home. There was a pile of suitcases at the foot of the stairs. One of the twins was crying in a monotonous, exhausted way, which seemed to get on all their nerves. Stella Laidlaw sat on the bottom step, clutching a fat handbag to her stomach like a child with a favourite toy, only her eyes showing over the collar of her white sweater. Peter was asleep, with his head on Caroline's knee, his face white and strained. They were waiting, it seemed, for Ramsay. Hunter had said that no one could leave without his permission. "We can't face spending another night here," James said. "I'm sure you can understand that, Inspector. The children need to be in their own homes." Ramsay looked at them. They were irritated by the delay, but showed no other emotion. "Do you really have no feelings?" he thought. "Or have you spent all your lives learning how not to express them?" He raised no objections to their leaving. He was glad to see them go. Hunter helped the Laidlaws to load the car. He even stood for a while with a child awkwardly in each arm. The wind was even colder, carrying flurries of snow, blowing scraps of garden waste across the lawn. As they watched, a square of pink card flapped and lifted with the leaves, then came to rest against the bumper of James's car. Ramsay picked it up carefully by one corner and held it to show them. The card was damp, and the corners of the letters unstuck, but it was clearly Alice Parry's anonymous letter. "Where did this come from?" Ramsay turned on Hunter, aware as he spoke that his anger was unfair. It wasn't Hunter's fault. "I thought they'd searched the garden." Hunter grunted. He was thinking of the delights of the big market, the teenage girls dressed in tiny skirts, the disco music spilling onto the streets through open pub doors. Policing was only a job to him. The pleasures of his time off were more important. Ramsay's anger did not concern him. He had a date with a student nurse, and he regretted that more. "It's very blowy," he said. "It could have been dropped anywhere in the village." "Quite a coincidence," Ramsay said. "Talk to them. See if there's anywhere they might have missed." Hunter nodded, handed the twins back to their mother, and walked away without a word. The cars moved off down the drive. Ramsay stood outside for a moment, watching them disappear through the trees. It was almost dark, and he thought there would be more snow. In the kitchen, the forensic team were just finishing. The plates and dishes from the St. David's Day dinner were still piled neatly on the draining board. "Anything?" Ramsay asked. The officer shook his head. "Sorry," he said. "It's spotless. That doesn't mean that the sink wasn't used, but there's no evidence. Nothing on the floor, either." Ramsay shrugged. It was the worst sort of information. It didn't eliminate or identify anyone. He was no further forward. He filled a kettle to make coffee. "Did you look at the knives?" he asked. "Yes. We'll take one or two of the more likely ones back to the lab to check, but I don't think your murder weapon's among them." "That'll please them," Ramsay said. "They'll have to continue the search outside." "You're a hard man," the officer said. "It's practically dark out there, and it's freezing." It was cold even in the kitchen. The family must have switched off the heating. Ramsay shivered and made instant coffee in a mug. The forensic team left. He heard them calling to each other outside and the sound of their cars going up the drive. When Hunter came in, he was wearing only denim jeans, a sweater, and a thin leather jacket. He never seemed to feel the cold. "They say that card couldn't have been in the garden," he said. "They searched everywhere. They wouldn't have missed it. Is that tea?" Ramsay shook his head. "You've drunk enough tea to sink a battleship." "What do you think of all this?" Hunter shrugged. "Attempted robbery?" he said. "If she was late coming back from Henshaw's, she might have surprised someone who saw the house in darkness. The back door hadn't been locked, so there'd be no sign of a break-in if he managed to get inside. I can't see any of the family knocking her off for her money, and no one's going to commit murder for the sake of a few houses." Ramsay thought of the view from his cottage window. "I might," he thought, "if there was no other way. But only if I believed it would stop the houses being built." "Alice Parry's death makes no difference to the development," he said. "Henshaw owns the land anyway and can do what he likes with it. If someone in the village killed her, it was out of envy or hatred. It served no practical purpose." "What about Henshaw?" Hunter said. "Mrs. Parry could have made things awkward for him, especially if she persuaded her nephew to make a fuss in his paper." "Yes," Ramsay said. "I want to talk to Henshaw, but he'll be used to opposition to planning applications. I'll go and see him when I'm finished here. He was the last person to see her alive." "Do we know that she reached him last night?" "Yes," Ramsay said. "I sent someone to take a statement this morning. He claims they had a friendly discussion, and she left about 11. We'll have a house-to-house to see if anyone saw Mrs. Parry on her way home. The pub would have been emptying then. There should have been a few people about." Hunter stood throughout the conversation. He was restless. The inspector had made a fuss about him drinking tea. But he sat now, his hands clasped around the mug of coffee, uncertain, it seemed, what to do next. Ramsay had been promoted beyond his competence, Hunter thought. The words sounded good, and he repeated them in his mind. The Heppelburn fiasco had almost finished him off. In Heppelburn, Ramsay had arrested a woman who had then committed suicide in custody. The press had complained about police brutality, and coming on top of his divorce, the lads had all thought Ramsay's career was over. Yet here he was, still in charge, when there were younger officers to take his place. While Ramsay finished the dregs from his mug, Hunter wandered to the window. It was snowing properly now, sharp, fine flakes against the grey sky. Hunter's anxiety for action increased. He did not want to be stuck all night in this sand-blasted village, where the only entertainment was a game of dominoes in the pub. When he turned back to the room, Ramsay was on his feet. "What are you waiting for?" Ramsay said. "We can't spend all day in here. I'm going to Henshaw's. You go to the post office and talk to the Elliots. Nothing heavy. Just find out where they were last night and what they were doing. Olive Kerr thinks Charlie the son might have sent that letter. I'll follow it up tomorrow. Then you can go." Hunter said nothing, and followed him out into the snow. Ramsay waited while the sergeant drove off angrily, then walked, as Alice Parry must have done the night before, down the drive towards the Otterbridge Road. It was 6 o'clock and quite dark. As he reached the road, the snow flurry ended, and there was a thin, icy moon and a frost. Henshaw's place was harder to find than he'd expected, because out of the village there were no street lights, and the houses were hidden behind hedges. He went through the first gate and walked unexpectedly into a farmyard. He disturbed a dog lying in an outhouse. It barked loudly, and an outside light was switched on. A woman came to the door and shouted out to know who was there. Ramsay, embarrassed by his mistake, not wanting to frighten her further, waited until she returned into the house and went back to the road without being seen. The next drive led to Henshaw's house. It curved pretentiously through borders of immature shrubs. There was a light outside the front door, and many of the windows were lit and uncurtained, so Ramsay could see quite clearly to approach. The bungalow was modern, the red brick unweathered, faced in places with local stone. In front there was a large terraced garden, and set into one of the paved terraces a swimming pool, empty, the blue tiles glazed with frost. In a typical Northumberland summer, Ramsay thought, it could hardly have been used. The garden must be exposed to the wind, cold even in sunshine. Attached to the house was a large garage built of the same violently coloured brick. The door was open, and inside were 2 cars, a small Renault, and a new and expensive Rover. Ramsay walked on, unnoticed, past the living-room window, the sound of his footsteps apparently muffled by the double-glazed panes. Inside, a woman was setting bowls of nuts and crisps onto small tables. Ramsay could not see her face. She bent away from him to fill the bowls. Only wide thighs covered by stretched blue silk. The Henshaws were expecting guests. When he rang the doorbell, there was a 2-tone noise, the same pitch as an ambulance siren from inside. He thought, perhaps, that he was an early guest, and they wanted everything right before they let him in. At last a man opened the door to him. Henshaw was tall, heavy-built, with the profile of a kangaroo. Despite his bulk and his age, he was in late middle age, his movements were decisive and self-confident. He spoke first, before Ramsay could explain why he was there. "Who are you?" he demanded. He wore an open-necked shirt and held a glass in his hand, but there was nothing relaxed about him. "Mr. Henshaw," Ramsay said, "I'm sorry to disturb you. Perhaps I could come in for a while?" He showed the man his identity card. Henshaw studied it carefully, then stood aside. "What do you want?" Henshaw said, not rudely, but making it clear he was not afraid of any policeman. "Someone came this morning to take a statement." "A few questions," Ramsay said easily, carefully wiping his shoes on a mat just inside the door. A strip of transparent plastic matting led up the long hall. Mrs. Henshaw was obviously a house-proud woman, and it would not do to antagonize her. Without speaking, Henshaw led him through to the living room. Ramsay had expected Mrs. Henshaw to be there, but the room was empty. All the large pieces of furniture had been pushed to the edge of the room against the walls, and the expansive carpet, brightly patterned in swirling blues and greens, was broken only by several small coffee tables. At the time, Ramsay thought the room had been arranged that way to accommodate the people the Henshaws were expecting. But when he visited it again, the room was just the same. It gave Ramsay the sense of a public building, rather than a private home. It might have been the lounge of a smart, rather tasteless hotel. The whole house was very hot. Along the wall was a stone fireplace, and there was a gas fire which simulated real flames. On the walls were several prints, chosen it seemed because their subjects were blue and green, rather than because the Henshaws found them attractive. It was the sort of room Diana would have hated. Again, Ramsay was aware that he would have to conduct the interview with care. The fact that Henshaw owned the land behind his cottage coloured his attitude to the man. It was hard to remain objective. "It's my wife's birthday," Henshaw said suddenly. "We're expecting guests. I'm going to have another drink. Would you like one?" Ramsay shook his head. This won't take long, he said. The policeman who came this morning told you that Alice Parry was murdered last night. Aye, Henshaw said, then added reluctantly, They'll miss her in the village. He might have said more, but they were interrupted by Mrs. Henshaw, who stood for a moment in the doorway to be admired. Ramsay guessed she must have disappeared when she heard the doorbell to put on makeup, because her face had a waxy, coloured glow. She wore a suit in blue silk, with a bow at the neck and frills at the sleeves, and her fat, fleshy feet were squeezed into high-heeled blue shoes. She smiled kindly and walked forward, arms outstretched. "I'm sorry," she said. "I don't think we've met. You must be one of Colin's friends." She had been told, Ramsay thought, to be on her best behaviour. "No, woman," Henshaw said impatiently. "He's a policeman. He's here to talk about Mrs. Parry, though God knows what it's got to do with us." To Ramsay's surprise, Rosemary Henshaw's eyes filled with tears. Her emotion contrasted sharply with Henshaw's apparent indifference, and he wondered what significance it might have. She would be the sort he thought to cry easily. "Poor soul," she said. "Such a shock to her family." And she seemed genuinely concerned by her neighbour's death. "Did you know her well, Mrs. Henshaw?" Ramsay asked. Perhaps the women had been close friends, and the awkwardness of the building dispute with her husband had come between them. "No," she said, "not well, but she was kind. When we first came to the village, she made us welcome. She took me to the W.I. Not all the old families were so friendly. It's hard to settle in a new place, especially if you have no children." "Yes," he said, "it must be." Yet her sentimentality made him uneasy, and throughout the interview he treated her carefully, afraid of upsetting her again. "Mrs. Parry came to see you last night," Ramsay said. "You were the last people we know of who saw her alive." He looked at them, expecting some response, but there was none. "She sold you some land," Ramsay said. "She came to see you to offer to buy it back." "Yes," Henshaw said. "She sold me some land." "Did you accept her offer to buy back the land?" "No," he said. "Of course not." "Did you argue about it?" "I never argue," Henshaw said. "I explained to her the facts of business. I've already got prospective buyers for some of those houses. I've spent thousands drawing up the plans and putting them before the council. I couldn't sell it now." Side 5. Ramsay continued questioning the Henshaws. "Is it true that Mrs. Parry only sold the land to you on the understanding that the houses you built would be small and inexpensive and available to local families?" "No," Henshaw said firmly. "That was a misunderstanding. I never gave any such commitment. Even Mrs. Parry accepted she'd been mistaken by the end of the evening." "Are you sure?" Ramsay asked. "There was a protest meeting in the village yesterday afternoon, and Mrs. Parry was very angry." "She was angry when she got here," Rosemary Henshaw said. "She was quite rude. I didn't want to let her in." Ramsay looked directly at Henshaw. "What did you say to persuade her that she'd been mistaken about the houses?" he asked. "There was nothing in writing," Henshaw said. "She was an old lady. They get muddled. Besides, it suited her purpose, didn't it, to let the village think I'd cheated her? Let me be the bad guy. I'm used to it. That way she'd get her money, and they'd all still love her. Can you prove that's the way it happened?" "No," Henshaw said. "I told you, there was nothing in writing." "I see." Ramsay stood up and walked towards the window. The room was so stuffy that he felt he would fall asleep. He did not know what to make of the builder who stood before the gas fire with such confident certainty. "What time did Mrs. Parry leave here?" 11:15, Henshaw said. "Are you sure?" "I looked at the clock," Henshaw said. "I knew it was late. I offered to drive her home, But she said she'd rather walk. Did you go out after she went? No, Henshaw said shortly. I've told you. It was late. We went to bed. There was a silence. Ramsay felt he was getting nowhere with the builder. Henshaw would have an answer, whatever question was asked. Ramsay felt tired and incompetent. Hunter, he thought, would have bullied something out of him. Rosemary Henshaw let Ramsay out of the house. Her husband, unmoved, stayed in the living room and barely looked up to say goodbye. In contrast, she was too friendly to the policeman, almost gushing. "Do let us know if there's anything we can do to help. Call at any time." Then he was gone. She watched him walk down the drive until the only sign of him was the sound of his shoes on the frosty gravel. She realized how cold she was and shut the door. She was a plump woman, always had been, built like a dairymaid, Colin had said when they first met. He was a city boy from the West End of Newcastle, and he liked to think of her as a country girl, though there was nothing romantic about her childhood. "We'll live in the country one day," he said, when they first moved into their flat in town. He had talked a lot about what he wanted in those days, and she had thought he was just dreaming. Now wanting things had become a habit, and he seemed unable to stop. After seeing Ramsay out, Rosemary Henshaw paused in the hall before an ornate gilt-framed mirror and absent-mindedly studied her reflection. She wanted to confront Colin about the policeman's visit, but she had left the important things to him for so long that she did not know how to begin. He would accuse her of making a scene, as he did sometimes when she asked tentatively where he had been when he stayed out all night. She knew he had other women, and had stopped asking. She did not want to cause a scene. She wanted to offer Colin her help, and even that seemed an impudent thing to do because he was so far above her intelligence and understanding. She wanted, above all things, to know what was going on. She looked with more purpose into the mirror, hoping to find there the confidence to persuade her to face her husband. She was good-looking, she thought, for 50. Her hair, carefully tinted and curled, suited her. She was a little overweight, of course, but Colin liked his women big. She still had the soft, round dairymaid's face. When she returned to the living room, he was sitting on the sofa with a fresh glass of whisky, staring at the fire. "Colin," she said, sitting carefully beside him, "what was that all about?" "You heard what the man said?" Henshaw looked at her, as if she were a complete fool, and when he continued, he emphasized every syllable. "Alice Parry was murdered. We were the last people to see her alive." "I know that." She spoke calmly, trying to be patient, telling herself that he was very upset. "But what does it mean for us?" "Nothing!" he shouted. "It means nothing!" "I don't understand why the policeman asked all those questions." "I don't know," he cried. "He'd heard we'd had a row over that land." "But that was all sorted out," Rosemary said. "You told me last week that you'd sorted that out. We'd hear no more about it, you said." "That's right," he said. "So it was." He took a drink from his glass. "Colin," she said, "where were you last night?" He looked at her sharply. "What do you mean?" he said. "I was here. You know I was here with you." "No," she said. "When Mrs. Parry left, I went to bed and watched the telly. But I heard the car go out. I stayed awake until I heard you come back. It was very late. Where did you go?" "Whatever it is, I don't mind, but I must know. I can't help you if I don't know." He looked at her angrily. She thought for a moment he was going to hit her. He had knocked her around a bit when they first got married, when he had not got on as quickly as he had wanted, and he had taken it out on her. More recently, he had controlled his temper, and there had been less to be angry about. "Don't," she said quietly. "Don't forget the guests will be here soon." She was more concerned about his own position than for what he might do to her. He breathed deeply and leaned back in his chair. "You shouldn't spy on me," he said. "I wasn't," she said. "I was worried." "I didn't kill her," he said. "There was no need." "That's all right, then," she said, like a mother forgiving the misdemeanor of a naughty boy, even though she does not quite believe him. "I'd do it all for you," he said suddenly. "All this." He looked around him at the expensive carpet, the furniture, the real flame gas fire. She moved closer to him on the sofa and put her arm around him, pulling his head onto her shoulder. "I know," she said. "I know." The front doorbell rang, and the guests began to arrive. Ramsay walked quickly down the hill towards the village. The interview with Henshaw had left him frustrated and undecided. He sensed the builder was hiding something, but his prejudice against the man made him unsure of his own judgment. It was colder than ever, and the air caught at the back of his throat. He passed the drive into the farmyard, where earlier he had disturbed the dog, and was surprised by the incongruous sound of pop music coming from an upstairs window. At the entrance to the Tower Drive, he hesitated, but continued down the hill, past the church and the green, to the Castle Hotel. It was time to meet a wider section of Brinkbonny's inhabitants. At the pub, the lights were on, and a couple of cars were parked in the yard at the back. He went inside and pushed open the door, which had lounge written on it in plastic letters. The room was separated into two by a step. On the raised section, tables were laid with cutlery and cruets, and there at lunchtime, microwaved meals were served. The lower section was carpeted, the furniture dark, imitation antique. There were beams and horse brasses, and the place was empty. Regulars obviously used the public bar. In the bar, the jukebox was playing an old Rolling Stones number, which brought back painful memories of his youth. The floor was stone, and the place seemed to be unheated. There were a couple of high-backed settles, the wood dark and splintered, where 3 old men were playing dominoes. 2 teenagers were playing darts. In a corner by the window, a squat red-faced man with huge hands was reading a farming magazine and drinking steadily. On a stool by the bar, a fat man, who turned out to be the landlord, seemed to be asleep. He woke up occasionally to drink brandy from a huge balloon glass. A pretty young woman in her late 20s was drying glasses behind the bar. "Come on, Frank," one of the dart players said. "What about lighting a fire? It's bloody freezing in here." The fat man stirred and stared at the boy with a cold, reptilian eye. "Central heating's on," he said, speaking slowly, as if he needed to conserve all his energy. "It'll warm through soon." "Mean bastard," one of the old men said, quite audibly. Frank took no notice and settled back in his stool, the hooded lids covering his eyes once again. The woman behind the bar looked expectantly at Ramsay, waiting for him to order. "Whiskey," he said. Then, recognizing a similarity of the features, "Aren't you Olive Kirstdora?" She nodded, surprised, and he added, "My name's Ramsay. I'm a detective investigating Mrs. Parry's murder. I spoke to your mother this morning." The darts game continued. The men, muffled in scarves and coats, still stared miserably at their hands of dominoes, and Frank sat in his stupor. But Ramsay was aware that the whole room was listening. "Poor old Mrs. Parry," the barmaid was saying. "You'd never expect a thing like that to happen in Brinkbonny. Ma'am loved going up to the tower to work." She paused as she took the money he offered. "You know," she said, "I could tell something was wrong when she was in last night." "Alice Parry was in here last night?" Ramsay was surprised, but his voice was smooth and unemotional. "What time would that have been, then?" She was about to answer when Frank's left eyelid gave an almost imperceptible flicker of warning. She paused awkwardly. "If you're worried about closing time," Ramsay said, "there won't be any trouble. I can promise that." She continued, relieved. She came in at about 11. We always draw the curtains at 11 so you can't see the lights from the road. She blushed and went on. Then the people inside can finish their drinks, without having to hurry. I see. He smiled to reassure her. Was it usual for Mrs. Parry to come in that late at night? No, she said, not that late. She was quite a regular customer. I think she got lonely on her own in the tower, and she came in here for the company. She didn't drink much. But last night she had a drink. Yes, Maggie Kerr said. She had 2. She said she needed them. She seemed upset. Upset? He asked. Or angry? Upset, she said. She looked as if she'd been crying. So, Ramsay thought, Henshaw hadn't been telling the truth. There hadn't been a reasonable exchange of views during Alice's visit. Something had happened to disturb her. Did she tell you what it was all about? He asked. Maggie shook her head. There was a darts match in here last night. It was very busy. There wasn't time to talk. One of the old men looked up from his dominoes and glared towards the landlord. If someone got up off his backside, he said, and stood behind that bar occasionally, we wouldn't have to wait so long for our drinks when it's crowded in here. Again, Frank gave no acknowledgement that he had heard the comment. The red-faced man by the window stood up suddenly and brought his glass to the bar to be filled. While Maggie was pouring the beer, Ramsay turned round and addressed his next questions to the customers. Did she talk to anyone else last night? He asked. No, the old man said. And that wasn't like her. She might live in that big house, but she's not one for sticking her nose in the air. He turned towards the red-faced man, who had returned to his seat and his magazine. Not like some of the women in this village. Mrs. Parry usually brings her Guinness down here and has a chat with us. Last night she sat up at the bar and didn't say a word to anyone. She was white as a ghost. Which locals were in? Ramsay asked. Colin Henshaw? Charlie Elliott? Colin Henshaw doesn't often come in here, the barmaid said. Charlie Elliott's in the darts team, but he went just before Mrs. Parry arrived. And that doesn't happen very often, does it? One of the darts players shouted. It's not often that Charlie leaves before you do, is it, Maggie? Doesn't he usually wait to walk you home? She looked suddenly angry and embarrassed, and Ramsay thought how difficult it was for an outsider to settle into a village like Brinkbonny or Heppelburn. There was obviously some attachment or tension between Maggie and Charlie Elliott, and if he reacted wrongly, he would break the mood of the whole conversation. He decided to ignore the comment and continue with his questions. If the relationship between Charlie Elliott and Maggie was relevant to his investigation, it could be explored later. I was relieved Charlie went early, Maggie said. I bet you were, the darts player shouted again. Been making a bit of a nuisance of himself lately, hasn't he? You should tell the inspector about it. Perhaps he'd be able to arrange police protection. Or perhaps you enjoy it, really. Again she ignored him. I was relieved Charlie went early, Maggie said, because I was afraid he might make a scene after the way he treated Mrs. Parry at the meeting. Were you at the meeting in the hall yesterday afternoon? No, she said. I couldn't get. But I heard what happened. Of course, Ramsay thought, the whole of Brinkbonny would have heard about Charlie Elliott's rudeness to Alice Parry. Did Mrs. Parry walk back to the tower on her own? She looked at the old men. Did anyone go up the hill with Alice? Aye. It was the old man with the almost unintelligible accent who regarded the landlord with such venom. I took her home. But that's out of your way, Joe, the barmaid said. All the same, he said. I think I'm enough of a gentleman to know what's right. I took her home. All the way? Ramsay asked. To her drive. Did you see anyone else on the way? No. You didn't see Charlie Elliott? I've told you. We didn't see a soul. Besides, Charlie would have been long home by then. Was there anyone in the churchyard? I wouldn't know, the old man said. I didn't look. Did you see Mrs. Parry enter the house? Ramsay asked. Ah, you can't see the house for the trees. I'd seen her to her gate. I thought I'd done my duty. He glared at the landlord. I'd spent an evening in here, he said. I was perishing cold. Yes, Ramsay said. I see. He finished his drink and went out into the street. He was almost at the church when he heard the sound of footsteps, rattling on the frosty pavement. When he turned round, he saw Maggie running towards him, the tails of her scarf flying out behind her. When she reached him, she was breathless, and her eyes were streaming with cold. I wanted to talk to you, she said, about Charlie Elliott. He felt a moment of satisfaction when he realised that his approach in the pub had been the right one. If he had started asking questions in front of the customers, she would have said nothing. Come on, he said. We'll walk back to my car. It'll be a bit warmer in there. Then I can drive you home. You'll be asking questions in the village, she said. I know you have to do that. You'll hear about it anyway. You might as well have the truth. It's nothing to do with Alice Parry's death. He said nothing. It was impossible at this stage to know what was relevant to the investigation. They said that I led him on, she cried suddenly. That he lost his career in the army because of me. But it's not true. When I told him I was leaving David, I didn't expect him to be so silly. Why do they talk to me like this, he thought. I have no real right to know. David was your husband, he said. Yes, and when I left him, I had to come back here. There was nowhere else to go. Couldn't stay in the house. David's a keeper on the Rutherford estate, and it was a tied cottage. I don't understand, he said, where Charlie Elliott comes in. They turned into the churchyard, and the long grass was stiff with frost. Charlie and I grew up together, she said. We were in the same class at school, and got the bus together every day. I liked him. He was a good friend. Then when we were 16, he started taking me out. Into Otter Bridge, to the pictures, to youth club dances. I thought it was just a bit of fun. Other girls had boyfriends. I had Charlie. But he took it more seriously. Yes, she said. On my 18th birthday, when we were both still at school, he asked me to marry him. They had come to the wrought iron gate into the Tower Gardens. Ramsay lifted the latch and pulled it open to allow her to walk through. But she stood to face him, wanting him to understand. I was young, she said. I was flattered. I liked him. I didn't think it would do any harm. When I agreed to get engaged, I never really thought it would end up in marriage. It was an excuse for a party, being the centre of attention for a while. You know what young girls are like. It made me special. Ramsay thought that he did not know at all what young girls were like, and shut the gate behind her. He was not wearing gloves, and the cold metal of the catch stung his hands as he struggled to fasten it. You changed your mind, he said. Yes, she said. I changed my mind. Charlie became so serious and intense. He wanted me to spend all my time with him. He was only taking 1 A-level and some resits, but I was doing 3 A-levels. I wanted to go into nursing. He seemed to think that wasn't important, not compared with spending time with him. How long did the engagement last? He asked. 3 months, she said. Then one evening we had a furious argument and I broke it off. He left school and went to join the army. She paused. I was quite proud of that, she said bitterly. It seemed very romantic. They reached the car. Ramsay opened the passenger door for her, then got in and started the engine so he could switch on the heater. All the windows were covered in ice. What did you do? He asked. I passed my exams and started training to be a nurse, she said. I saw Charlie sometimes when he was home on leave. He was always polite but very distant. I thought he'd made his gesture and the whole thing was over. I met David at a young farmer's dance and started going out with him. I got pregnant and we got married. She shrugged. That time I thought I'd better see the thing through. On the day before the wedding, I had a letter from Charlie saying I was making a terrible mistake and I'd never be happy. And were you? Oh, she said, for a while. When did you leave your husband? About a year ago. Charlie was home on leave and I bumped into him in the castle. It was good to have someone to talk to. Flattering, I suppose, to have him so attentive. Towards the end of the marriage, David had hardly noticed me. I told Charlie that I'd left David and that the boys and I were staying at Mum and Dad's. But that's all. I didn't give him any encouragement. He walked me home and gave me a goodnight kiss, but I didn't mean anything by it. I was just pleased we were friends again. The heater was beginning to clear the ice from the windscreen, and they could see the bulk of the tower in the moonlight. What happened then? Charlie left the army, she said. It was awful, like a nightmare. He wrote to his father to tell him, and Fred Elliot turned up at our house accusing me of leading him on. You've broken his heart once, he said. Now you're meaning to do it again. His wife had recently died, and everything seemed to upset him. I didn't know what to say or do. I wrote to Charlie telling him there was no point coming home, that I hadn't changed my mind, but it didn't do any good. Did you persuade your father to give him a job? Ramsay asked. No, she said quickly. I didn't want to have anything to do with him. My father thought that if he offered Charlie a job, there would be a reconciliation between the families. You don't understand what it's like in a place like this. The village was split in two, with half supporting me and half supporting Charlie. My father's idea was to bring everyone together again. But it didn't work. It would have done, she said, if Charlie hadn't been such a bloody fool. She began to cry. He's worn me out, she said. I don't know if I can stand it any longer. I think he's mad. What does he do? Ramsay asked. It started with presents. Flowers and chocolates and bottles of wine. At first I took them back to him, but that only made him angry. He's got a terrible temper, so I keep them and take them in to the old cottage hospital in Otterbridge. Then he tried phoning me at home, sometimes dozens of times in an evening, begging me to see him and talk to him. More recently, he's taken to following me around the village. When I wake up, he's out on the street looking up at me, and he waits outside the pub at closing time and follows me home. I don't know what to do. It's frightening. He's not normal now. He's completely obsessed. She paused. It's affecting the whole family, she said. My dad tried to talk to Charlie about it one night after work. There was a fight. Can you imagine it? My father brawling in the street. He must have caught Charlie off balance because Charlie hit his head on the pavement and knocked himself out. Then, of course, Dad felt guilty, and that made things worse. But Charlie's still working at the garage. Even after the fight? Yes, she said bitterly. Dad's a great one for martyrdom. He wants to show the village he knows what's right, even if he finds it hell. Have you talked to the police about this? No, she said. How could I? Dad assaulted Charlie. They might charge him. The village think it's all my fault, that Charlie's in that state. How would it look if I reported him to the police too? Besides, I'd started to hope that soon it would be over. He'd become obsessed with the housing development on Tower Field. I thought if he became involved with that, he might forget about me. And it seemed to be working. The night Mrs. Parry died was the first evening for a month when he wasn't there to follow me home after work. Ramsay looked at her sharply, wondering if the words were malicious, if she were accusing Elliot of having played a part in Mrs. Parry's murder. But she spoke quite innocently. She was simply relieved that she had been allowed to walk home alone. "Have you seen Charlie today?" he asked. "He was outside the house at lunchtime when I went to work," she said. "But I've not seen him this evening. Do you think it might all be coming to an end?" "I don't now," Ramsay said. "But I'd better take you home. Your parents will be wondering where you are." He drove slowly down the drive towards the Otterbridge Road. At the junction, he had to brake sharply and skidded because a man stepped out suddenly into the headlights. The man stood for a moment in the road, shielding his eyes from the glare of the lamps with his hands, shocked, it seemed, to see a car coming down the Tower Drive. It was only when he turned without apology and walked on up the road that Ramsay recognized him as the red-faced man from the pub. "Who the hell is that?" he said. "What on earth does he think he's playing at?" "It's Robert Gray," Maggie said. "He farms the land behind the village. He lives just up the road, next door to the Henshaws." "Does he get as drunk as that every evening?" "No," she said. "I don't know what was wrong with him tonight. He came in at opening time and must just have finished now." At the house behind the garage, the lights were still on, and Ramsay imagined her father there, waiting anxiously. There was no sign of Charlie Elliott. She ran in without a word. It was midnight when he arrived back at the cottage at Heppelburn. He assumed that the envelope, stuck in his letterbox, would be a circular. It was Sunday, and there was no post. Before looking at it, he lit the gas fire and made coffee. Only then did he see that it was a card, expensive and hand-delivered from Diana, welcoming him to his new home. He studied it, as if hoping for a clue in the pressed flowers and bland printed message to her motivation. But he did not find one, and when he got into bed, he still was not sure whether he was pleased or sorry to have missed her. The next day, Monday, the murder inquiry moved on like an unwieldy, poorly organized military exercise. At dawn, the Special Patrol Group began their search of the beechwood behind the house. Dressed in boots and anoraks, they moved in a single line through the trees, hindered by the frost and snow which covered the dead leaves, swearing about the cold. At first there was no communications equipment, and they kept in touch by shouting. They complained, as they always did, of their superiors' inefficiency. They set up their base in the small police house on the edge of the village, but found nothing there to help them. The only equipment provided was a wartime pamphlet showing the identification of German planes and a bucket of sand in case of fire. There had been little crime in Brinkbonny. They found the knife quite by chance soon after the search was started. The youngest member tripped on the edge of a flat gravestone and fell face down in the snow, accompanied by laughter and jeers. As he stumbled, he knocked over a vase of dead daffodils which had been standing on the grave, and the knife emerged with the rotting stalks of the flowers. "You lucky bastard!" someone shouted. "I suppose you'll take the credit for finding it now." But they were all pleased that the murder weapon had been found. It encouraged them that they might find something else of significance. Ramsay was told about the discovery of the knife in Otterbridge. He was in the police station, supervising the setting up of the incident room, the arrival of computer terminals, extra phone lines, and piles of paper. Still no one had brought the screens to block off the corner of the Tower garden where the body had been found, and he too muttered about inefficiency. His superintendent was giving all his attention to the press, and on every news broadcast there was a shot of him pleading earnestly for information about any unfamiliar car seen in Brinkbonny on Saturday night. A group of detectives had been drafted to help from Newcastle, and they milled around the incident room until Ramsay sent them off to Brinkbonny to begin the house-to-house inquiry. Hunter arrived at work, elated and energetic after his night in Newcastle, wanting action, immediate results. "Did you see the Elliots last night?" Ramsay asked. Hunter nodded. "Anything?" "Not much. They weren't very communicative." "I bet you weren't either," Ramsay thought. "You'd want to get the interview finished as soon as possible, so you'd be in Newcastle before your date walked out on you." "Did Charlie Elliott tell you he'd been to the pub?" Ramsay asked. "Yes." If Hunter was impressed by Ramsay's knowledge, he did not show it. "What time was he home?" "About 11. His father confirmed it." "How did he strike you?" Ramsay asked. Apparently, He's been making a nuisance of himself with Maggie Kerr, the barmaid in the castle. They were engaged when they were teenagers, and he never got over it. Did he seem unbalanced to you?"
"Not unbalanced," Hunter said. "Moody, perhaps."
"Well," Ramsay said, "if he was home by 11, he can't have murdered Mrs. Parry. She was still in the castle then. She definitely left Henshaw's and went straight to the pub. The barmaid said she was upset, but Henshaw won't admit that there was any unpleasantness. Perhaps you could make some inquiries in the village. Find out all you can about him. He drives a Rover. See if anyone saw it late Saturday night. Are you coming to Brinkbonny? Later. Have an appointment with the council's planning officer. I want to find out about these houses." Side 6. Despite Hunter's scepticism, Ramsay was convinced that Henshaw's development had in some way triggered the series of events which had resulted in Alice Parry's death. Henshaw's version of the confrontation with Alice Parry was false. Something had happened to distress her, and almost immediately after, she had died. The man's lying must be significant. The council offices were in a shabby building which always reminded Ramsay of a large working men's club. The planning officer was a small, solid man with a thin grey moustache. He had Henshaw's plans laid out on his desk. "I don't understand the planning procedure," Ramsay said. "It might be relevant in this case. Perhaps you could explain?" "Mr. Henshaw made his original application for Brinkbonny late last summer," the officer said. He had a brisk, clipped voice, and spoke with the formality of a man used to local politics. Previously, the land had been of marginal agricultural use, occasionally leased to a local farmer for grazing cattle. After being purchased by Mr. Henshaw, I believe that arrangement stopped. The council felt that the plans were inappropriate for a village of Brinkbonny's size and refused permission to build. Was there a lot of publicity at that time? Not a great deal. We put a notice in the local paper and received several objections, but no one seriously believed the development would be approved. Would a smaller scheme have been more favourably received? I can't speak for the council, of course, but yes, I would have thought so. What happened then? The developer, Mr. Henshaw, appealed to the Department of the Environment's inspector. The case was heard at the beginning of February. And the result of the appeal came through last week. Yes, I received the inspector's report on Monday. And he found in Mr. Henshaw's favour? The planning officer sighed. Unfortunately, yes. The inspector does seem to be taking a less restrictive view of planning rules now, and there is a move to release more of the less valuable agricultural land for building. So what was the point of the Brinkbonny residents holding their protest meeting on Saturday afternoon? Surely the planning procedure had been exhausted. No, the planning officer said sadly. Not quite. There really is very little likelihood that the inspector's decision could be overturned at this point, but there is a faint possibility. I don't think the council would want to take the action any further because of the cost, but if there was sufficient public pressure, I suppose they might feel they had to make the gesture. I'd advise them against it, but they don't always take my advice. And what action could the council take? They could appeal to the High Court. And could Henshaw proceed with the building while the appeal was being heard? Oh, no. The officer seemed almost offended at the notion. It would mean another delay. What would it take to persuade the council to appeal to the High Court? Ramsay asked. The officer shrugged. A widespread press campaign, he said. A number of well-attended meetings, a petition, noise, demonstrations. He gave a little smile. There are county council elections in May, he said. I think the councillors would be prepared to listen. How long have the villagers got to persuade the council to appeal? A month, the officer said. Until the end of the month. I don't understand, Ramsay said. why there wasn't more fuss when the plans were originally proposed.
No, the officer said.
Well, I believe there was some confusion in the community about the exact nature of the development, and of course there are people who don't bother to read the planning notices in the local paper. Is Henshaw involved in other developments in the country?
Oh, yes, the officer said. There have been 6 applications in the past 2 years.
Have most of these been successful?
Yes, the officer said.
I believe 5 out of 6 were allowed. The most recently completed was at Witham.
Henshaw built those, did he?
Ramsay drove through Witham on his way from Heppelburn to Otterbridge, and had seen the buildings grow. The estate was surrounded by a stone wall with high pillars, which made him think of a decorative prison. Each house had a mock Victorian conservatory. They had seemed to him ridiculously expensive, but all had been sold.
Is that sort of success rate usual? He asked.
The officer paused. There may have been a couple of surprising decisions, he said. But Henshaw is very clever, you know. His developments are relatively small and not designed to upset existing communities, so it's hard for objectors to get the level of support they need.
You never suspected corruption, Ramsay said. Henshaw doesn't have any special friends on the planning committee.
Oh, no, the officer said. There's never been any question of that sort of dishonesty. But Ramsay would have believed anything of Henshaw, and the planning officer was a loyal civil servant. He would hardly pass on rumours of fraud. Ramsay needed other, less partial information. The council offices were stuffy, overheated with waves of warm air from the open doors into the corridor, where Ramsay was walking, and he reached the street with relief. Outside it was still cold and grey. There had been an inch of snow overnight, and in the market square people stood in groups and talked about the weather. He collected his car from the police station, then was stuck for 20 minutes in crawling traffic. When at last he was out of the town, he drove first not to Brinkbonny, but to Heppelburn. When he had worked on an inquiry in Heppelburn, he had met Jack Robson, a county councillor, and it occurred to him now that Jack might be willing to help with information about Henshaw. Jack would have no affection for land speculators, and Ramsay was convinced of his integrity. Robson lived in a small estate of 30 council houses. The move to smokeless fuel had not yet reached the village, and a cloud of smoke hung over the chimneys. There were neat paths through the snow, cleared from the pavements to the front doors. 2 elderly women in long coats and furry ankle boots gossiped on the corner. As he drove past, they looked at him, wondering who he was. Whenever he came to this estate, Ramsay had the impression of going back in time. It was preserved in an atmosphere of post-war boredom and decency. Through the living-room window of the house, Ramsay saw Robson sitting by the fire. He was eating an early lunch. His feet were straight ahead of him on the hearth. There was a book on his knee and a plate of bread and cheese on the arm of the chair. When Robson opened the door to the policeman, he was brushing crumbs of bread from the front of his jersey.
"Inspector Ramsay," he said.
He seemed more pleased to see the policeman than he ever had in the earlier investigation.
"Why, man, it's good to see you. Come in, come in. I'll put the kettle on. Or perhaps you'd rather have a beer."
Ramsay was touched by the welcome. It was not that Robson was lonely and needed visitors, whoever they were. He was a busy man.
"Sit here," he said, "by the fire."
Ramsay allowed himself to be brought tea. He refused the offer of food.
"Now," Robson said, "what can I do for you? You're not just here to say hello. Do you need any help with moving into the cottage?"
"No," Ramsay said.
It's not that. I'm here for information. Does the name Colin Henshaw mean anything to you?"
Robson looked at him carefully.
"Aye," he said. "You know he owns that land behind you?"
"Yes," Ramsay said, "so I understand. But it's not about that, not directly. He lives in Brinkbonny."
"That's where Alice Parry lived," Robson said. "You're working on that case?"
Ramsay nodded.
"I knew her," Robson said. "Through the council, you know. She was a great one for charity projects. I liked her."
"She sold some land to Henshaw," Ramsay said, "on the understanding that it would be used for cheap starter homes for local people. When the plans were drawn up, she discovered he meant to build bigger, more expensive houses there."
"That sounds the sort of trick Henshaw would play," Robson said.
"Alice Parry was leading the campaign against the development," Ramsay said. "There was a protest meeting in the village on Saturday afternoon, and on Saturday night she was killed."
"Henshaw's a powerful man," Robson said doubtfully. "He can get his own way without violence. At least he can these days."
"What do you mean?"
"Well," Robson said, "you'll have checked his record. I don't know whether he was ever convicted, but when he first started out, he had a bit of a reputation as a hard man."
"No," Ramsay said. "He was never convicted."
"He must have been a clever bugger even then," Robson said.
"As he's not got a record," Ramsay said, "you'll have to tell me what he got up to."
"He always liked to fight," Robson said. "So I understand. I never knew him then. He was still operating out of Newcastle. The story goes that he hired himself out to local businessmen who wanted to collect debts without the trouble of going through the courts. He was a big man. If he turned up on your doorstep, you'd soon pay up."
"How did he start up in legitimate business?"
"He bought into an existing building firm," Robson said. "George Saunders and he were partners for a while, but Henshaw was soon running the business single-handed. Saunders was too much of a gentleman to survive against him."
"You say Henshaw's a powerful man," Ramsay said. "Has he any influence over the planning committee? I understand he has an unusual success rate with his applications." Robson did not answer immediately. He chose his words carefully.
"I don't know," he said. "I wouldn't have said so. I wouldn't put it past most of them, and it is surprising how he's managed to push his plans through the system. But in most of the cases the plans were rejected by the council and only approved on appeal by the inspector."
"I suppose," Ramsay said, "that the Department of the Environment Inspector is incorruptible?"
"I don't know about that," Robson said. "But I wouldn't have thought Henshaw would have had any influence there."
There was silence. "So how does he do it?" Ramsay said, frustrated.
"Is he just lucky?" "Henshaw's always made his own luck," Robson said. "I doubt whether he's changed now. Do you want me to find out for you? I'll talk to a few people, see what I can come up with. I'll get in touch."
Again Ramsay was touched by Robson's eagerness to help. "Yes," he said, "do that." But he left with no hope that the conversation with Robson had achieved anything. In Brinkbonny, Ramsay drove past the police house, with the communications vans parked outside, stopped on the green, and walked to the post office. Outside Tom Kerr's garage, there were half a dozen old and rather scruffy cars with hand-painted signs advertising them for sale, but the workshop was empty. From the street, Ramsay could hear the waves on the beach beyond the row of cottages. It was almost high tide. He pushed at the post office door before he saw the sign in the window saying it was closed for lunch. He stood on the pavement for a moment, rattling at the door. but no one came to open it. Fred Elliott's living accommodation was behind the post office and above it. Ramsay walked through an arch in the terrace of houses into a flagged yard with the sand hills beyond. There was a door from the yard into the house, and Ramsay knocked there. It was opened almost immediately by a tense, upright man in his early 60s. His sleeves were rolled up to the elbow, and his hands were wet and soapy. "Yes," he said. "The post office is closed. We don't open at dinner time, not until the summer." "I'm a policeman," Ramsay said. "I've come about Alice Parry." "But someone was here last night," Elliot said quickly. "I talked to him." "I know," Ramsay said. "But perhaps I could come in?" Reluctantly, Elliot stood aside and watched anxiously, while Ramsay stamped snow and sand off his shoes. The door led straight into a kitchen, and the floor was spotlessly clean. There were painted wooden cupboards on the walls, and a square table covered in oilcloth against one wall. A clothes horse, held together at the corners with binder twine, was propped in front of a solid fuel boiler, and a pair of navy working overalls steamed. The small window was covered in condensation, so it was impossible to see out. "I was washing up," Elliot said, as if there was something to be ashamed of in the activity. "Since my wife died, you know." He nodded to the chairs pushed under the leaf of the table. "Sit down," he said. He was still holding the towel, and scrubbed at his hands, although by now they were quite dry. From the other room came the sound of a television signature tune. "Are you on your own?" Ramsay asked. Elliot hesitated, though the noise of the television in the next room made it obvious that someone else was in the house. "No," he said. "It's my son Charlie. He works next door at the garage and comes in for his dinner." "Perhaps I could speak to him too," Ramsay said. Elliot looked unhappy. "I don't know that he'll want to speak to you," he said. "He was in late, and he's just started his dinner." Ramsay looked at his watch. "That's all right," he said easily. "There's no hurry. I can wait. I'll have a few words with you first." There was silence. "You mustn't mind Charlie," Elliot said. "He had a bad time in the army. He doesn't like the police." Ramsay said nothing. Elliot stood by the boiler, arms by his side, a veteran at a British Legion parade, showing his grief by respect. "I'll miss Alice Parry," he said. "She was a good woman." Was she a friend?" Ramsay asked. Elliot seemed surprised by the question. "Aye," he said at last. "I suppose she was. We were different, of course. Her folks had a big estate up on the border, and she went away to some smart school in the south, but I think she would have thought me a friend. I hope she would." There was another pause, and he continued. "She was very kind to me when my wife died. Charlie wasn't here then, and I was on me own. Mrs. Parry saw to everything. I couldn't have managed without her. That's why the business with Henshaw was so upsetting." "Did you believe her?" Ramsay asked, "when she said she'd sold the land to be used for a small development of starter homes?" "Of course," Elliot said angrily. "Everyone who knew Mrs. Parry believed her. She was an honest woman." "What about your son?" Ramsay asked quietly. "Did he believe her too?" Elliot stared at him. "Why do you want to know?" he demanded. "What have people been telling you?" Ramsay shrugged. "That he was angry about the housing development," he said, "and that he blamed Alice Parry for it." Elliot looked tired and confused. "He hasn't settled since he left the army," he muttered. "I was proud when he joined up, and perhaps it was a mistake. It changed him. Then when he came home, there was trouble with a woman." "I know," Ramsay said. "I've spoken to Maggie Kerr." Elliot looked up. "Have you?" he said. "I tried to tell myself it wasn't her fault,
but I can't help thinking she led him on. He came home thinking she would marry him, but then she wouldn't have him. It's made him a bitter man. It affects everything he does. If he hadn't blamed Mrs. Parry for upsetting him, it would have been someone else. He's a good mechanic, but he doesn't get on with the boss. Tom Kerr's choir master up at the church, and he's well respected. But there's something hard about him. He's not as flexible as he might be. Charlie needs careful handling at the moment. He was well trained in the army and thinks he knows best. I'm surprised Mr. Kerr took him on, Ramsay said, in the circumstances. Perhaps he thought he had a responsibility, Fred said sharply. Charlie packed up the army because of that girl. All the same, Ramsay said. I told you, Fred Elliott said. Tom Kerr's a good churchman. He will have seen it as his duty. But he'll never let Charlie forget that he's done him a favour by taking him on. Is Charlie happy living here? Ramsay asked. He's happy with nothing at the moment. He thinks he deserves better than living with me. He'd like his own house. I don't recognise him any more. He's not the boy who went away. The words poured out in an incoherent stream, released by shock and sadness. He looked towards the door which led into the rest of the house, and Ramsay realised he was frightened of his son. What's he like in the house? Ramsay asked. He spoke gently, but he had the man's attention. His eyes moved away from the door. He's angry, Elliot said. All the time. Do you think he needs a doctor? I don't know what he needs. The words were sharp and unhappy. Then he reconsidered. Perhaps he should say a doctor, he said. But I'd never persuade him to go. Is he violent? I heard there was a fight with Tom Kerr. No! Elliot seemed frustrated because Ramsay could not understand immediately. Tom Kerr started that business. He's got a wicked temper. Charlie wouldn't hurt anyone, especially not Maggie Kerr. But he talks loud. He talks big. He doesn't make the effort to be polite anymore. There was a silence. He missed his mother, he said. His mother understood him. I could never handle him. I never had the patience. I always lost me temper. My wife said we were two alike, but I never saw it myself. Does he have any friends? Ramsay asked. Not really, Elliot said. He goes to the castle and buys drinks all round. They say he's a grand lad, but they're laughing behind his back. They think he's made a fool of himself over Maggie Kerr. Then Henshaw's never been popular. And they like it when Charlie's rude about him. They haven't the guts to say the things he says, but they cheer him on. They set him up. Does he drink too much? Aye, Elliot said, probably. He hesitated again, then went on in a rush. I talked to Mrs. Parry about him. I thought she might understand. She was a magistrate. What did she say? Ramsay asked. To give him time, Elliot said, and encouragement. She said he was bright. He's wasted at the garage, she said. He should have a business of his own. I even thought of selling the post office to set him up. But then, where would I live? It would have been different if Henshaw had decided to build the cheap houses. Alice offered to talk to him, but when I told him, he just laughed at me. From the other room there was a sudden loud burst of music. Then silence. Dad? Charlie Elliott called. They heard his footsteps approaching the door. What about some tea, then? He pushed open the door and stood just inside the kitchen, staring at Ramsay. His rudeness was deliberate and contrived, but it was the result, Ramsay thought, of insecurity. Throughout the interview, the bravado hid considerable stress. Who are you? Charlie asked. I'm a detective, Ramsay said formally. I'm inquiring into the death of Alice Parry. You're wasting your time, Charlie Elliott said. Somebody's been here already. It was hard to tell that he had once been a soldier. He was overweight, unshaven. Ramsay was not surprised that Maggie found him unattractive. I know, What are you doing here, then?
Just a few more questions, Ramsay said easily. Routine. Fred Elliot had turned to the sink and was filling a kettle as his son had ordered. He clearly found the exchange embarrassing. Charlie sat on one of the chairs.
"You'll have to be quick," he said. "I'll have to be back at work soon. Tom Kerr's a real slave driver."
Mrs. Parry received a threatening letter on the afternoon of her death, Ramsay said.
"Did that have anything to do with you?"
"No," Charlie Elliot said. "I had my say at the meeting. What was in the letter?" He grinned unpleasantly and spread his stockinged feet towards the fire.
"It threatened to kill her."
"She got what was coming to her then, didn't she? Charles!" Fred Elliot turned on his son. He was white-faced with anger.
"I'll not have that talk in my house. It's indecent."
The outburst shocked Charlie. He was unused to contradiction. He seemed confused and offended, like a spoiled child reprimanded in front of strangers.
"Where were you yesterday evening?" Ramsay asked.
"I've already told that hunter. Tell me."
"I was in the pub," Charlie said.
"I always go to the pub on Saturday night. There was a darts match."
"What time did you leave?"
"I don't know, about 11:15.
"Wasn't that unusual?" Ramsay asked.
"What do you mean? Didn't you usually wait until Maggie had finished work?" Charlie looked at Ramsay with deep hostility.
"That's none of your business."
"I'm sorry," Ramsay said. "I'm afraid it is. Usually you waited until Maggie finished work and followed her home. What made last night different?"
"I don't know,"
Charlie muttered.
"Perhaps I realised she wasn't worth it."
"I'd had a lot to drink." Ramsay said nothing, waiting for Charlie to expand his explanation. "Look," Charlie cried, "perhaps I'd come to me senses. Realised I couldn't carry on like that. I decided to leave the village. I'm going to look for work in the south." Ramsay nodded his understanding, but gave no indication of whether he believed Charlie. He continued impassively.
"What time did you get home?"
"About 11 o'clock, I suppose." Ramsay turned to Fred, who was stirring the tea in the pot. "Is that right?" Elliot hesitated, then nodded.
"Aye," he said. "I always wait up for him. I know it's daft."
Ramsay returned his attention to Charlie.
"Did you see Mrs. Parry on your way home?"
"No." Charlie had recovered some of his composure and was showing off. "I didn't see her. But then I'd had 8 pints of scotch. I might not have noticed." Ramsay stared out of the misted window.
"So you can't remember what you did," he said. "You were drunk."
"I can remember fine." "Did you stop on the way?" "No," Charlie said. "Why should I stop? It was cold." "Did you meet anyone in the street?" He spoke in a flat, courteous civil servant's voice. "No," Charlie was sneering. "Most of Brink Bonny's in bed by 10 o'clock. It was dead quiet." Then his triumph at remembering, despite the alcoholic haze, overcame his resentment of the policeman. For the first time, he contributed freely to the conversation. "There was a girl in the churchyard. I saw her when I came out of the castle."
"Who was it?"
"I don't know. I didn't recognise her. She was all right. Young, you know." Ramsay gave no sign that the information was of any importance to him. He turned back to the window.
"Did you speak to her?"
he asked.
"I might have shouted to her,"
Elliot said. "Something about it being a cold night."
"Did she answer?"
"No, snooty cow. She walked through the gravestones towards the tower. She looked like a bloody ghost."
"Did she go through the gate into the tower garden?"
"I didn't see. I wanted to get home. I needed a piss." "What did the woman look like?" Elliot shrugged. "It was hard to tell in that light," he said. "Small, dark. I think she had long hair."
"And what was she wearing?"
"How should I know? She was on the other side of the wall. I couldn't see much more than her head." "You are sure," Ramsay said slowly, "that there was a woman? This isn't a game to annoy the police."
Ah, said Elliot. Think of what you like.
He swore under his breath. Ramsay ignored him.
Did you notice a car near the green? He said. One not usually parked there?
No, Elliot said. I didn't notice anything. But he spoke too quickly to have considered the matter, and it seemed that the childish resentment had returned.
Look, he said, how much longer are you going to keep me here? I'll lose me job.
You're free to go at any time, Ramsay said. We know where to find you. He rubbed a clear patch in the condensation on the window and looked out into the yard. Charlie Elliot went to a cupboard in the corner and pulled out a jacket. They watched while he laced shoes and fastened buttons, and Ramsay saw him out into the yard. Fred Elliot was standing helplessly in the middle of the room with a teapot in his hand.
I've made this now, he said. Do you want some?
No, Ramsay said. I expect you want to open the post office.
Yes, Elliot said.
He seemed miserable and lost.
I suppose I should.
He seemed afraid to be left on his own.
There's no hurry.
Is it just a post office?
Or is it a shop too?
Yes, Elliot said.
It's a newsagent's. We sell magazines, stationery, confectionery. The post office counter is at the back. It's a canny little business, especially in the summer.
Where do you keep the stock you don't sell?
What do you mean?
There must be out-of-date newspapers, magazines.
You can't keep them on the shelves.
What do you do with them?
I save them, Elliot said proudly. Then sell them to a waste paper merchant for charity. I give the money to the hospice where my wife died. I can show you if you like.
He had no suspicion, it seemed, of Ramsay's motive for asking. Still in his slippers, he led the policeman across the yard to a large, well-built shed in one corner. The collection of waste paper had become, it seemed, a hobby, almost an obsession.
I collect the neighbours' paper as well, he said. And the church helps. It's surprising how it mounts up. You can make pounds.
He unbolted the shed door and switched on a light. Inside, against one wall, in neatly stacked and wrapped bundles, were piles of newspapers. Ramsay could imagine him in there, escaping from his rude and unpredictable son, soothing his nerves by counting the papers and calculating their worth. In comparison to the general tidiness, the floor was a mess of paper scraps, as if a child had been playing at cutting out. There was a pair of round-ended scissors and a tube of glue. Elliot stood, betrayed and horrified, realizing for the first time what the questions had been leading up to.
I take it, Ramsay said, that these have nothing to do with you.
Elliot shook his head. You do realize that we'll have to take these pieces of newspaper to compare with the print on the anonymous letter to Mrs. Parry?
Yes, Elliot said.
He looked at Ramsay desperately.
He might have sent the letter, he said, but that doesn't mean that he killed her.
No, Ramsay said gently. It doesn't mean that he killed her. Side 7. What will you do with Charlie now? His father asked. I'll talk to him, Ramsay said. Probably take him to the police station and ask him some questions. You mustn't worry too much. He can see a solicitor. He wouldn't have killed her, Elliot said, as if he were trying to convince himself. He wouldn't have killed her. Ramsay left him in the shed, surrounded by his beloved waste paper, standing by the open door and looking out at the whirlwind of sand funneled by the wind into the yard. Out in the street it had changed. An old woman stood on the pavement, patiently waiting for the post office to open. 2 detective constables moved slowly along the terrace on the other side of the green, knocking on doors, asking questions. In the garage workshop, Tom Kerr stood before the open bonnet of a car. Ramsay stood by the open door and looked in. Kerr straightened slowly. "Inspector Ramsay," he said. "How can I help you? Olive's in the house." He looked slightly ridiculous in his boiler suit, still wearing the heavy framed glasses. He would be more at home, Ramsay thought, in his choir master's cassock. "I'd like to speak to Charlie Elliott," Ramsay said. "Aye," Kerr said with a trace of anger. "You and me both." He wiped his hand on a cloth and moved to the front of the garage to meet Ramsay. "He's not here," he said. "He came in from his dinner about half an hour ago. He had a car with a timing problem, and he said he'd take it up the road to see what was wrong. He's not back yet. It doesn't take a 10-mile drive to check a timing problem." "Where do you think he's gone?" "I don't know," Kerr said. "He doesn't talk to me. He's very moody. This has made my mind up for me. I've been thinking for a while of telling him to leave." "He was talking of looking for work in the south," Ramsay said. "Was he?" Kerr seemed relieved. "He's not said anything to me." "If Charlie comes back, will you tell him to get in touch? I'll be up at the police house." But Ramsay knew that Charlie was unlikely to return, and realized with a depressing certainty that he had allowed a major murder suspect to run away. In the street outside the garage, a Radio Newcastle reporter stopped him and asked for an interview, but Ramsay said he had no comment to make and hurried up the hill to the police house. He sent cars up each of the roads out of Brinkbonny, but by then it was too late. Charlie Elliott had disappeared. Hunter seized on the disappearance of Charlie Elliott as an excuse for activity. While the communications centre at Otterbridge put out a general description of Elliott and of the car he was driving, Hunter drove at great speed around the country lanes, hoping to make an immediate arrest. He returned to the police house in the middle of the afternoon disappointed, but still convinced that Charlie Elliott was a murderer. Ramsay knew the danger of jumping to conclusions too quickly, and cautioned patience, an open mind. "Charlie Elliott had an alibi for the time of the murder," he said reasonably. "His father confirmed that he was in the house by 11. And then there was the girl he saw in the churchyard. We should be looking for her." "What girl?" Hunter demanded. "Man, that was just Elliott making up stories to throw us off the scent. No one in the tower saw a girl, and the old man was lying to protect his son." "What about motive?" Ramsay asked quietly. "I thought you said no one would commit murder for the sake of a few houses." "No one's sane," Hunter said. "We know Elliott was unbalanced, unpredictable. Look at his obsession with that girl in the pub. He's our man. He can't have got far. We'll have him tonight." But as the afternoon wore on, there was no information about Elliott. No one had seen the car. The men waiting in the police house became irritable and impatient. And to make things worse, Fred Elliott was on the phone every half hour wanting to know if his son had been found and claiming that Charlie, too, had been murdered. At 6:30, Ramsay had waited long enough. "I'm going to Otterbridge," he said to Hunter, "to talk to the Laidlaws. Go and sit with old man Elliott. There's a chance Charlie will come home when he's cold and hungry, and you'll need to break that alibi if you're to prove Charlie guilty. Fred might talk while he's so upset." They walked together down the street to the green, where Ramsay's car was parked. Despite the cold, 2 teenage boys in black leather stood by the bus stop, smoking a cigarette, passing it between them. Poor sods, thought Hunter. What else is there for them to do in a place like this? "Nip over and get names and addresses," Ramsay said. "Stella Laidlaw saw some lads at the bus stop on Saturday night. Find out if it was them." Hunter went, sauntering towards them, indirectly over the grass. Ramsay thought Hunter had more in common with the boys than with him. The sky was clear, and there would be another frost. Ramsay shivered as he watched the 3 figures by the bus shelter. He saw Hunter take a packet of cigarettes from his pocket and hand it round. Then the 3 of them huddled together around the lighter, sheltering the flame from the breeze. He imagined the 3 in conspiracy against him. "That's my boss," he imagined Hunter saying. "But don't take any notice of him. If you've got any information, come straight to me." That's ridiculous, he thought. Diana always said I was paranoid. But his suspicions about Diana had been justified. and she had run away eventually with someone who produced television programs for the BBC in Fenham. Hunter returned, stubbing out the cigarette with the heel of his designer trainers before he reached the inspector. "They're all right," he said. "Bored out of their brains. But who can blame them in a place like this? They weren't here Saturday night, but they've given me the names and addresses of a couple of other lads who might have been." Ramsay nodded and walked on alone to his car. Hunter might be good at communicating with teenagers, but Ramsay had other skills. He had been married to Diana. He knew how to talk to Diana's kind of people. Dr. Max Laidlaw was on call that Monday morning, but paid the deputizing service to take the duty for him. Judy wanted him to take Peter to school, then spend some time with her and the twins. In the afternoon he had a surgery, and by then he would be pleased to leave the house. He told himself he needed time to think. In a sense, Alice Parry's death had changed nothing, and there were still decisions to be made. In the chaotic house in Otterbridge, he found decisions impossible. Judy made things worse. All morning she seemed unable to leave the subject of his aunt's death alone. She followed him around the house, demanding his attention, desperate, it seemed, for his opinion. Even while he was shaving, she was shouting at him through the closed bathroom door. "What did you think of Ramsay, the detective?" she asked. "I didn't know what to make of him. He seemed rather hostile, I thought." Then, "How did Alice seem to you that night? Was she even more upset than she said?" "I don't know," he shouted, slamming out of the room, almost tripping over her on the landing. "And I don't bloody care." "But you talked to her," Judy said, catching him up as he ran down the stairs to the kitchen. "You helped her clear up the dishes after supper, and she wouldn't let anyone else into the kitchen. 'I want a private word with Max,' she said, and she sent us all away. So what was the great secret?" "There wasn't any secret," he said. "You know what she was like." "At one time, you would have trusted me. Now you don't share anything." She gave him one of her hurt and vulnerable looks. "There was no secret," he said. "Really." "I'm too soft," he thought. "When she looks at me like that, I'd promise her anything." He wanted to make some gesture of affection, but before he could show her how much he cared for her, one of the twins cried for her attention, and she turned away. Throughout the morning, the children irritated him. On the way to school, Peter was listless and tired, reacting to the smallest provocation with tears or temper. And in the house the twins whined with a mechanical, metallic sound which grated on his nerves. "Of course they're demanding," Alice had said on the evening of her death, when they were alone in the kitchen at the tower. "But you wouldn't be without them, would you?" And he had responded wholeheartedly. No, of course he wouldn't be without them. He loved them. Now it did not seem so simple, and he longed for the old times, when he was a tandem-riding student, before guilt and responsibility. When the time came to go to the surgery, Judy seemed to sense his unhappiness. She was concerned about him, she said. She put on boots and a sweater to help him clear the ice from the windscreen of the car, and told him to take care when he was driving. "Drive slowly," she said. "It's still very slippery. Perhaps you should walk." "I'm only going into town," he said, though he was pleased that she was worrying about him. "The roads will be clearer by now." Before he drove off, she stood close to him and kissed him. Her nose was cold, and the unexpected gesture shocked and touched him. "I'm sorry," she said. "It's been my fault. You will take care?" He nodded and squeezed her arm, then got into the car. The roads were a slushy mess, the thin layer of snow already melted by salt and regular traffic. But in a school playground, a queue of running boys in grey uniforms slid down an icy run. Max braked too sharply at a traffic light, and the car slid forward before stopping, harmlessly against the curb. The jolt made him think of Judy and her concern for him. She was wrong, he thought. It was not her fault. But he could think of nothing which would make things right. The lights changed, and he drove on slowly. The health centre was packed. 4 buggies had been parked in the porch outside, and he had to push his way past them to get into the waiting room. Inside the room it was hot and noisy, with the damp acoustics of a swimming bath. The place was full, it seemed, with feverish children and bronchitic grandmothers. The receptionist was flushed and fraught. She hardly acknowledged Max as he walked past, because she was trying to answer the telephone and find a missing file at the same time. The ill-tempered chaos suited his mood, and he called irritably for the first patient. Stella Laidlaw phoned late in the afternoon when he was examining his last patient, a toddler with an ear infection. The receptionist spoke to him first. "I'm sorry," the receptionist said. "I explained that you were busy, but the lady insisted. She wouldn't give her name. She said it was personal." Max felt a sudden exhilaration. His promise to Alice was immediately forgotten. "Give me 2 minutes," he said, "then put her through." He wrote a hurried prescription for the child, then, as calmly as he could, saw him and the mother into the waiting room. He picked up the telephone again. "Yes," he said. "Max Laidlaw?" Stella's voice surprised and disappointed him, and for a moment he could not place it. He had been expecting someone quite different. "Max," she said. "I'm sorry, Max. I need your help again." "No," he said angrily. "I told you before. That was the last time." "You don't understand," she said. "I'm desperate." "You should see your doctor." "I can't. You know that. He's a friend of James." There was a silence. Then she continued spitefully. "I could tell James all about you, Max. I could phone Judy. I know she'd be interested. You wouldn't like that." She had the affected accent of minor royalty, and always sounded to him like a lonely public school girl. But it was impossible now to be sorry for her. "I know what happened, Max," she went on, "at the tower. You wouldn't want me to tell Judy that." "That's blackmail," he said. But even as he protested, he knew he would do as she wanted, because he always took the easy way out. He was weaker than she was. "You're ill," he said. "You need help, real help. Not the kind that I can give you. You need someone to talk to share things with." "I can talk to you," she said, her voice almost seductive, "when we meet." "I'm so busy," he said, with a last flicker of resistance. "I've so little time." "You've time enough for this." "I can't come today," he said quickly, playing for time. "It's dark already and the roads are bad. If I'm late, Judy will worry and phone the practice." "Tomorrow, then?" she said after a pause. "James is out all day. Come tomorrow." She put the phone down quickly, so Max wondered if someone had disturbed her at the other end of the line. The conversation had upset him, and he felt that he needed comfort, to feel good about himself again. He dialed the telephone number of the Otterbridge Express office, enjoying the sensation that he was taking a risk by calling her at work. "Could I speak to Mary Raven?" he asked. "I'm sorry." The woman's voice was bland, uncaring. "Miss Raven has just left the office. Can anyone else help you?" "No," he said, and quickly replaced the receiver. He would have to plan some romantic gesture to make his peace with Mary. It was impossible, after all, to think he could do without her. Judy spent the afternoon in desultory clearing up. The twins grizzled themselves to sleep eventually, and after school, Peter sat slumped close to the television, watching a Walt Disney cartoon. His eyes were heavy, and he refused to communicate with her. When she tried to hug him, he shrugged her away. All day the phone rang with friends offering their sympathy and help, wanting, she thought, a share of the drama. Finally, she took the phone off the hook. and when people came to the door she sent them away. Only Max could reassure her, and he was refusing to talk. She had known for months that he was worried about something, but she'd been too busy, too exhausted, too engrossed in playing the part of fulfilled and active woman to find out what was troubling him. Now perhaps it was too late. She had longed to know what Alice had had to say so urgently to her husband. Yet this morning she had handled the whole thing badly. She had wanted to force him to honesty. Instead, she had come across as a nagging shrew. She felt excluded, unimportant, a failure. The television cartoon finished, and she persuaded Peter to go to bed. He did not argue, and allowed her to undress him, moving his limbs when she told him, but making no effort himself. "Mum," he said, "when will the policeman come to see me?" "When you're ready," she said. "Tomorrow, I expect." She tucked the blankets around him, but he seemed unwilling to settle to sleep. "Aunt Alice was murdered, wasn't she? Someone killed her." "Yes," Judy said. "The police think she was murdered." "I saw her go out," he said. "She banged the door and went off down the drive." "You can't have seen her," Judy said. "You were asleep." "I wasn't," he said. "I was pretending." "So you saw Aunt Alice walk down the drive to the road?" He nodded. "Did you see anything else later? Did you see your aunt coming back?" Perhaps the urgency of her voice distressed him. He seemed suddenly frightened and pushed his head into the pillow. She held him and turned him gently to face her. "You're quite safe here," she said. "You can tell me. Did you see anyone else late that night?" But his loyalty to Carolyn prevented him from sharing his fear. "No," he said, almost hysterical. "No!" She held him tightly until he sobbed himself to sleep. The kitchen was in the basement. It was the length of the house. At the front it was below the level of the street, but at the back there was a door into the garden. On one wall hung a red, cream and black rug, which they had brought home from a holiday in Portugal. There was a small sofa, covered in an Indian bedspread, bought in an Oxfam shop when Max was a student, and a long oak table, which had been made by a friend. There was a notice board made of cork tiles, where the children's painting and drawing was pinned, together with postcards, magazine articles, concert tickets. Max walked into the silent house and down the bare wooden stairs to the kitchen. He was later than usual, and tried to think of some excuse if Judy should ask him where he had been. The room was lit only by a spotlight over the table, and another near to the cooker where Judy was standing. The mess of unironed clothes and half-completed models had become invisible in shadowy corners. The table was laid for dinner, with cutlery and a wooden bowl of salad. There were wine glasses. It was all quite different from what he expected. They seemed to live now on a children's diet of sausages and baked beans. He shut the door behind him and pulled across a heavy curtain, which shut out the drafts from upstairs. He wanted to acknowledge the effort Judy had made. "This looks nice," he said, realizing at once how trite and inadequate it sounded. Judy lifted a tray of baked potatoes from the oven and prodded one to make sure it was cooked. "I put them to bed early," she said. "They were so tired." He took off his coat and put it over a chair. "There's some wine in the fridge," she said. "Would you like to open it?" Why do we have to be so polite to each other, he thought. Do we have to start from the beginning again? "Did you have a busy afternoon?" she asked. He took white wine from the fridge, opened it, and poured her a glass. Not too bad. He expected her then to ask why he was late, but she said nothing. "Do you want to eat now?" "If it's ready." He sat at the table, and she brought out the food. She had changed into a loose brown top, and her hair was brushed out in chestnut curls. If only it were always like this, he thought. But he realized it could not be that easy. Now there were other complications, deeper anxieties, and he could not think clearly. They ate for a while in silence. "Peter was very upset tonight," she said. "Did you realize he was still awake when Alice went out to see Colin Henshaw? He watched her from the window." Max looked up sharply. "No," he said. "I didn't realize." "How long was he awake? Did he see Alice come back?" "No," she said uncertainly. "He says not. But he was so distressed it was hard to tell." There was another period of silence. Judy's attempts to please him had confused him. He supposed she would want something in return for her efforts, some reassurance that he still cared for her, but he no longer knew what he wanted. Suddenly the doorbell, which was worked by an old-fashioned pull, jangled above them. Max jumped to his feet, glad of an excuse to leave the table. He expected it to be one of Judy's friends. They turned up regularly, often in tears, with tales of insensitive husbands, uncaring boyfriends. Sometimes he overheard the women talking together. "Of course," one of them had said, "if I only had a husband like Max, things would be quite different." He wondered what Judy could have told them about him. Was it loyalty which prevented her sharing her dissatisfaction, or pride that would not allow her to admit that she had made a mistake in her marriage? He was so certain that he would find a woman on the doorstep, probably a distraught woman with a child, that he greeted Ramsay almost with pleasure. "Come in," he cried. "It must be cold out there." "I wondered," Ramsay said, "if I could talk to your son. I thought it might be better to do it now, so he can return to normal as soon as possible." "He's in bed," Max said. "He was worn out." "Oh, well," Ramsay said, "don't disturb him. I'll come back tomorrow." But he did not move from the doorstep. "Come in anyway, now you're here," Max said. "Judy's making coffee." "Thank you," Ramsay said. "There are a few questions." Through the door he had the glimpse of a warm and tidy house, and he wondered how he could have found the Laidlaws so unappealing at the Tower. The cottage in Heppelburn was empty, and uninviting in contrast. He was in no hurry to return home. They walked down the stairs from the brightly lit hall, and the kitchen seemed dark and gloomy. "Let's have a bit more light in here," Max said, and switched on the central electric light. The muddle and dust were illuminated, and the sense of intimacy was lost. Even Judy looked different. He could see the dark rings under her eyes and the sharp nose and pinched chin. The chestnut curls looked matted and untidy. He stood behind her with his arm on her shoulder, aware that they looked to Ramsay a perfect, happily married couple. "I came to talk to your son," Ramsay said, "but your husband says he's asleep." "Yes," she said. "We don't have to wake him, do we?" "No," Ramsay said. "Perhaps tomorrow?" He sat on the sofa, still wearing his overcoat, to show them that he did not intend to take up too much of their time. He was jealous of their companionship, their home, their children. If he sensed any tension between them, he put it down to the shock of their aunt's death. "We've discovered that Mrs. Parry returned to the Tower at about midnight," Ramsay said. He turned towards Max. "You were the last person to go to bed," he said. "Were you still up at midnight?" Max seemed uncertain and confused. "Yes," he said. I think so. I told you I was watching the television." "But you didn't hear Mrs. Parry come into the house?" "No," he said. "I suppose she might have come in through the kitchen. I wouldn't have seen her then." That was possible, Ramsay thought. If Alice Parry came back into the house after her meeting with Henshaw, she might have wanted to avoid the family, especially if she was upset. But what had so distressed her about the meeting with Henshaw, a meeting he had described as a friendly discussion? "She went to the pub on her way back from the Henshaws," Ramsay said. "Did she go there regularly?" Almost every night, Max said. She claimed she had to go to catch up with the village gossip, but I think she liked the company. She never had a lot to drink. A young woman was seen in the churchyard on the night of your aunt's death, Ramsay said. Have you any idea who that might have been? No, Max said. I can't imagine. He looked at Judy. What about you, love? Did you see anyone? She shook her head. No, she said. She turned away to pour coffee into tall blue mugs. I expect it was one of the girls from the village hanging around the bus shelter for the lads. She handed coffee and sugar to Ramsay, and they waited for him to speak again. There was a discussion on Saturday night about Mrs. Parry's will, he said. If she'd carried out her threat and refused to leave the tower to James, presumably you would have benefited. Yes, Max said vaguely. I suppose we would. That must have put some stress on your relationship with your brother. I don't know, Max said. We've never been particularly close. He's 10 years older than me. When you're a child, that's too big a gap for friendship. He was always like an uncle, a bit prim and pompous. I resented him rather. We used to go to the tower together when Alice asked us, because it pleased her, but we rarely meet each other socially otherwise. Can you explain his reluctance to help Mrs. Parry in her campaign against the new house in Brinkbonny? Oh, yes, Max said. It would have been a matter of principle to him, of ethics. He's a great one for editorial independence. There was a moment's silence while Ramsay drank coffee, then set the mug carefully on the table. We've discovered who wrote the anonymous letter to Mrs. Parry, the inspector said. It was Charlie Elliott. Did you know him? I'd met him in the pub a couple of times. Has he been arrested? Not yet. We're having some difficulty in tracing him. Judy was sitting on one of the wooden chairs and turned it to face the policeman. As the legs moved over the tiles, they made the harsh sound of chalk on a damp blackboard. Do you think he killed Aunt Alice? We don't know, Ramsay said. Not yet. He stood up. Judy saw that his coat was creased and crumpled from where he'd been sitting. She thought that he probably lived on his own. He made his way up the stairs towards the front door, and Max followed. At the doorstep he hesitated, as if reluctant to leave, then turned quickly and walked over the frozen path to his car. In the kitchen, Judy was stacking plates in the dishwasher. Max stood beside her and stroked a strand of hair from her neck. Leave that, he said. I'll do it. You look exhausted. You should go to bed. All right, she said. She stood and faced him. Are you coming too? Soon, he said. I'll be up soon. I'll just do this. She nodded and made her way slowly upstairs. Max loaded the dishwasher, then sat at the kitchen table. He waited until Judy was out of earshot. He heard the gurgling in the old pipes, which meant she was running a bath, then went to the phone. Although he knew it was irrational and Judy could not possibly hear him, he conducted the conversation in a whisper. He would not take the risk that she would hear him. When she had finished in the bathroom, he was already upstairs, preparing for bed. When Stella Laidlaw woke early that Monday morning, she knew it was going to be one of her bad days. A bullying father and a weak, over-indulgent mother had left her with a great capacity for self-pity and an inflated idea of her own importance. She was special. She deserved attention, consideration, to be spoiled. When her family failed to live up to her expectations, she threw childish tantrums, swearing and shouting, breaking crockery, or she punished them by retreating into herself. If she felt any guilt after these scenes, she reminded herself that she was ill, and that excused everything. When she woke on the Monday morning, she felt unbearably tense. The skin on her face itched, as if it had had some allergic reaction to the air in the bedroom. Her hands were sweating. Her breath came in short, shallow gasps. When she had previously gone to her doctor with these symptoms, he talked of panic attacks and suggested that she might learn some useful relaxation techniques. But Stella knew what she needed to relax her, and it had nothing to do with lying on the floor, taking deep breaths. Today the tension made her angry. She blamed her discomfort on Max, on James, and most venomously, on Alice Parry. At breakfast, Stella was at her most imperious, demanding hot coffee, fresh orange juice, and when James provided these, they were ejected or ignored. She wore a white dressing gown with wide sleeves, and to Carolyn, who saw her as if for the first time, she looked like the White Witch from Narnia. Carolyn was as tense as her mother. She had found it impossible to sleep, and her face was grey and strained. She felt under the weight of a terrible responsibility, as if she were the parent and these unhappy adults were her children. She stood up and began to pack her school bag with books. "You're not going to school?" Stella cried. "Not today? You've had a terrible shock, darling. You must stay at home." "No," Carolyn said, frightened. "I'd rather go to school."
"Why don't you stay with your mother today?"
James said, and she returned to the table, unable to stand the thought of one of Stella's scenes. Stella's swings of mood were unpredictable, savage and cruel to a sensitive child. Carolyn hated it most when her mother made a fuss in public, but knew that the times when Stella was silent and withdrawn caused her father the most pain. Yet whatever her mood, James was gentle with his wife. He spoiled and petted her, bringing her presents, flowers, dresses. Then he was rewarded by her laughter and the tears of contrition, and her protestation that she loved him more than anyone in the world had ever loved before. After breakfast, Stella went to her room. She sat in front of the mirror and stretched her long swan's neck, so the lines of tension in her face disappeared, and she looked beautiful again. Side 8. Carolyn began to stack the breakfast plates on the draining board in the smart new kitchen which Stella had planned the summer before, then lost all interest in. James hovered behind her, and she felt his misery so much that she turned round to face him. Now Aunt Alice was dead. She had no one else left to love. "Look what she's doing to us," Carolyn said.
"She's ill," he said.
"If she's ill, she should go to hospital."
"She doesn't like hospital."
"I don't care," Carolyn said. "We can't go on like this. She's dangerous. She makes us all different. I can't stop being angry. The doctor thinks she should be in hospital." Her father looked confused.
"No," he said. "You don't understand. She would hate it."
Once, not when Stella was loud and dramatic, but when she was tired and childlike, James sent for the doctor and asked for his help. Carolyn had sat unnoticed at the other end of the room and listened to the conversation. She remembered quite clearly what the doctor had said.
"Can't you give her anything?" James had pleaded. "She seems desperate."
"It would only make her worse. That's part of the problem."
"What can I do?"
"Stand up to her. She knows she can manipulate you."
"But I want to help her."
"Then persuade her to come into hospital for a while. She needs time away from you both to sort herself out. You look after her too well. She needs to face up to her problems herself."
"I don't know," James had said. "It seems so hard. I'll think about it."
He tried to take the doctor's advice. Yet if he did talk to Stella indirectly about going to the hospital, as if by magic she would improve. She would emerge from her bedroom and begin to play her part in the house again. She would help Carolyn with homework and encourage her in violin practice. She would make herself beautiful and go with James to civic functions or into Newcastle to the theatre. She would plan dinner parties, and the house would be full of other well-dressed people. For Carolyn, the times of normality were worse almost than the periods of depression. because she knew, with a helpless certainty, that the relief was only temporary. Each day, when her mother was well, she would wake up, wondering if this would be the day of crisis, when Stella would erupt in temper or retreat into silence. At the same time, she knew that this anxiety was wasteful, and she should make the most of her mother's happiness while it lasted. There was no one to talk to about this worry. When her mother was well, James seemed able to convince himself that she would remain so forever. Only Aunt Alice seemed to understand a little of Carolyn's insecurity, and now she was no longer there to provide comfort and sympathy. Stella did not come downstairs until lunchtime, and then she ate very little.
"I'll have to go out this afternoon," James said. "You don't mind? It's work. I'll not be long."
Stella looked at him incredulously. "But no one will expect you to be there today," she said. "They'll have heard about Alice." She was wearing black stretch leggings and a long black sweater, which reached almost to her knees. Her hair was tied back from her face. Her eyes were dark-rimmed and hollow. She wore vivid red lipstick.
"I'm sorry," James said. "Really, I have to go."
Carolyn was surprised. Usually he never stood up to her mother. "But I hate being on my own." Stella slammed her coffee mug onto the table. "You know I hate it."
"You won't be on your own," James said mildly.
"Carolyn will be here." "But I don't want Carolyn," she screamed. "I want you." Carolyn felt tears suddenly come into her eyes, as if she'd been slapped. She knew her father was upset enough, so she turned away. She did not want him to see her crying.
"That's ridiculous," James said uncomfortably. "I'm sorry, I really have to go. There's this week's paper to put together. I can't leave it all to the others."
He put his arm around Carolyn's shoulder and squeezed it, then prepared to leave the house. As he went out through the front door, Stella shouted after him, "You care more about that paper than you do about me!" When he had gone, the house was quiet. Stella wandered into the sitting room and picked up a magazine. It was a long, narrow room, with a window at the end looking over the garden. There was a view down to the river. It was lit by the cold light of the remaining snow outside. There was a marble fireplace, and the chairs were covered in marble-patterned fabric in a frosty blue. Carolyn followed her into the room. She never liked her mother's company when she was in this mood, but if Stella was left alone, she worried. Carolyn laid out pieces of jigsaw on a low white table and knelt on the carpet to do it. "I'm sorry about that scene," Stella said suddenly. "I don't know what came over me. I was upset, I suppose, about Alice." "That's all right," Carolyn said. "Don't you want to watch television?" Stella said. "There are some good children's programs on this afternoon." "I don't mind. If you want to go to your room to watch it, I'll be fine," Stella said. "I don't mean what I said to Daddy. I was just upset. I don't mind being on my own." "Well," Carolyn said, relieved to be released. "If you're quite sure." Stella smiled. "Of course." As Carolyn was on her way out of the room, Stella stretched out her hand, palm down, like a princess waiting to be kissed. Carolyn took it and held it for a moment. Then she ran upstairs. When she came down a little later to fetch a drink from the kitchen, her mother was in the hall on the telephone. Carolyn could not hear what she was saying, and as soon as Stella saw her coming down the stairs, she hung up. "Who was that?" Carolyn asked, curiosity overcoming the care which she usually took when she questioned her mother. "Daddy," Stella said. She seemed, Carolyn thought, pleased with herself. "I phoned him to apologize for being so silly earlier. Will he be home soon?" "I don't know," Stella said absently. "I don't expect he'll be long." James Laidlaw walked to the office. As soon as he was out in the street, He realized he was not properly dressed for the weather. The cold took his breath away, and he thought he should have put on a warmer jacket. He could not return to the house to fetch one. Stella might not let him out so easily again. He followed the footpath along the river past the abbey. The river was frozen at the banks, and a dirty-looking swan moved slowly along a channel in the middle. There might be a story in that, he thought. The effect of the cold weather early in the spring on wildlife. He'd get one of the youngsters to look into it tomorrow. From the river bank, there were some steps onto the bridge which crossed the Otter and led into the town. The people James passed in the street seemed grey and unhappy, suffering, he supposed, from the unseasonable poor weather. He walked quickly, hoping the movement would fight off the cold. He looked for Mary Raven's Minnie in one of the spaces along the wide main street, but there was no sign of it. The Express had premises on 2 floors over the Blue Anchor Inn, and access was by a narrow door by the pub's entrance. There was a steep staircase, and another glass door at the top led to the office where the receptionist sat, and he and the other reporters worked. The receptionist was the wife of the high school's headmaster, solid and sensible. She supervised the young staff with a motherly compassion. "Is Mary in?" he asked. "I haven't seen her," she said, "but I've just come in from lunch. I was sorry to hear about Mrs. Parry." "Yes," he said. "It was a terrible shock." He walked through into the big room where all the reporters worked, but most of the desks were empty, the computer screens blank. It was the quiet time of the week, despite what he had said to Stella. In a corner, one telesales girl was trying to persuade an estate agent to buy advertising. She looked up as he went past and smiled sympathetically. He looked in the small kitchen, thinking Mary might be there, making the dreadful instant coffee which she drank, black and continuously, and which had stained all the mugs in the place, but there was no sign of her. His office seemed unnaturally cold. He shivered, fetched the electric fire they kept for emergencies, and plugged it in beside his desk. Then he made a cup of Mary's coffee and stirred in powdered milk and sugar to hide the taste. He began to work. Mary Raven woke that morning with a hangover to the sound of the independent local radio station on her radio alarm. There was inane music, and a breathy reporter talking about the tragic death of Alice Parry. She had been out all the day before, drinking with her friends in Newcastle, and it was the first time she'd heard the death reported. She switched radio channels for a more detailed review of the local news, then showered and dressed. The flat was a tip. There were unwashed pans in the kitchen and clothes all over the bedroom floor. She had to search through a drawer of laddered tights and single socks to find a clean pair of knickers. But the worst of the hangover seemed to have disappeared, and she was left only with a dull, persistent headache. When she was sitting in her car, trying to coax it to start, she decided not to go into the office immediately. She could not face James until her head was better. Besides, she needed time to work out for herself the implications of Alice Parry's death. It was the first Monday of the month, and the magistrate's court would be sitting in Otterbridge. James Laidlaw usually covered the court himself, but Mary thought it unlikely that he would remember it today. It would provide a reasonable excuse for her absence from the office. The courthouse was a red brick building between the police station and the cattle market, with the same air of depression as an urban social security office. The waiting room was thick with smoke. There was a queue at the tea bar run by the WRVS, and by then she was desperate for coffee. In a corner, a well-dressed solicitor was talking to his client for the first time. Occasionally, there were shouts of recognition, as defendants waiting to go into court called to old friends. Mary left her coat in the office of a friendly probation officer and slipped into the court, into the press bench behind the prosecuting solicitor, just as 3 elderly magistrates came into the room. In the warm, calm, wood-panelled room, Mary Raven listened to the cases and dozed until early afternoon. When the court finally rose at 2:30, she felt she could not put off returning to the office any longer. On the way out, she was stopped by an anxious businessman who had been convicted of drink driving and was convinced that he could persuade her to keep his name out of the Express, but she arrived at the High Street at 3 o'clock. From his desk in the Express office, James Laidlaw heard Mary's car and walked to the window to watch her arrive. The car's exhaust had been giving trouble for days, and she claimed not to have the time or the money to get it mended. He wondered sometimes why he had ever employed her. Her lack of organization was legendary. He watched her climb clumsily out of the small car and heard her come up the stairs. Then she burst into the office, dropping scarf, keys, files onto the floor. "Don't look at me like that, Marge," she said to the receptionist. "You've got to be kind to me. I've got a hangover." "Where have you been?" James asked, standing in the doorway. "Magistrate's court," she said. "It's the first Monday of the month. I knew you wouldn't want to do it today. The flasher from Whittingham was up. Otherwise, it was all motoring." "Oh." James was momentarily distracted. "What did he get?" "Remanded for social inquiry reports," she said. "There were a couple of drink-driving cases. And a strange thing happened." She broke off, realizing that legal gossip was inappropriate. "I'm so sorry about your Aunt Alice, James," she said. "Isn't it awful? She was such a nice lady." "Yes," he said. "She was. I met her, you know, on the afternoon before she died." "Yes," he said. "She told me. She was so sympathetic, so easy to talk to." "Have the police been to see you?" he asked. "I don't know," she said. "They might have been to the flat. I haven't been in much. I went to a party in Newcastle on Saturday night and stayed with friends in town. I didn't get home until late last night." "When exactly did she die?" "Saturday night," he said. "At about midnight." "So she died soon after I'd seen her," she said. "Do the police know who killed her?" He shrugged. "They won't tell me," he said. "But there was a lot of ill feeling in the village about the new housing development." "I know," she said. "I was at the residents' meeting on Saturday afternoon. They were really angry." He looked at her sharply. "I wanted to talk to you about that," he said. "Why were you there? We decided not to cover the Brink-Bonnie development because I couldn't be objective." "I thought I could cover it objectively," she said. "And if you didn't want to run the story, someone else might." "We don't work that way here," he said. "I intend to run a paper with standards." "I've got standards," she cried. Her face was flushed, and he thought she looked like a moody teenager. He did not know how old she was. She'd worked for him for 5 years, and it seemed no younger then than she did now. He knew very little about what she did when she was on her own. She had kept her student friends, and her social life seemed to consist of wild alcoholic parties and evenings in smoky pubs. "I thought it was a good story," she said. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to snap. I'm upset." He looked at her. "Alice didn't say anything which might help the police find out who killed her? They'll want to talk to you anyway." She shook her head. "We ended up talking about personal things," she said. "She was so easy to confide in." "I'll miss her," he said, and returned to his desk to work. They left the office together at 5 o'clock. He wondered if he should phone Stella to tell her that he was on his way home, but decided against it. He had been half expecting her to ring him, to demand his presence back at the house, but there had been no call, and that was a good sign. He pulled the glass door tightly shut behind them and went down the stairs into the street. There was a smell of stale beer from the pub next door. "Where are you off to tonight?" he asked, as he walked her to the car. "Home," she said bitterly. "To an empty flat." He waited until she got into the Mini and revved it into life. Then, with grating and erratic lurches, drove it away up the street. By now it was very cold. With the darkness, the temperature had dropped. He thought for a moment of the plight of the swan on the river, trapped as the ice spread, then started quickly home, resisting the temptation to go into the Blue Anchor for a drink to warm him up first. As Mary Raven drove from the express office to her flat, the depression, which she had kept at bay with alcohol and frantic activity since Saturday night, returned. Persistent and awkward questions repeated themselves in her mind, and she was very tired. She saw the lights of a large supermarket, which stayed open late in the evening, and realized she was hungry and there was no food in the house. She turned sharply into the car park. The motorist behind hid his horn, and she mouthed obscenities to him in her mirror. She took a trolley and began to wander aimlessly down the aisles. The place was almost empty, and the few shoppers she met intimidated her with their efficiency. They were well-dressed women on their way home from work, with lists in their hands and a detailed map of the shop in their heads. They would have, she could tell, strong views on artificial additives, and she imagined that they looked at the contents of her trolley with disapproval. Defiantly she lifted pies, ready-cooked meals, and several tins of rice pudding from the shelves. What was the point in eating healthily when you felt like dying? At the off-license beyond the checkout, she bought 2 bottles of wine and 4 cans of lager. Outside it was dark, and the trolley had a wheel jammed. When she got into the car, she felt like crying. She saw Max's car, empty, parked outside her flat when she arrived there, and she read the number plate by the streetlight with disbelief. She'd been dreaming about Max for 2 days and had thought she would never see him again. The sight of the car, solid and familiar, made her think she had been a fool to be frightened. After all, she knew Max. He was a doctor, caring and gentle. He wouldn't hurt a fly. Her fears had been caused by lack of sleep and an overactive imagination. One of the other tenants of the house had let him into the hall, and he stood there by the ugly Victorian sideboard, clasping an armful of flowers. He looked worried and very serious, and she thought he would put on a face like that when he was telling one of his patients that they had some dreadful illness. "What are you doing here?" she said roughly. She would not allow herself to seem pleased to see him. She could not forget the days of anxiety. "I had to see you," he said. "Can't you let me in?" She had a carrier bag in each hand and set them on the floor while she felt in her jacket pocket for her keys. A can of lager rolled out, and he stopped it with his foot and picked it up. She opened the door and led him into her living room. It smelled damp and stale. He took both bags from her in one hand and carried them through to the kitchen, while she lit the gas fire and drew the curtains. He still held the flowers carefully in the other hand. "What happened to your aunt?" she said. She was standing with her back to the fire, but she felt very cold. "I have to know." He set the flowers carefully on the scratched wooden table. "You can't think I had anything to do with that," he said. She shrugged. "I don't know what to think. On Saturday night I thought it was all over. I'd come to terms with that, and now you're here. What the hell am I supposed to think?" "That I can't do without you. I need you." "Don't give me all that crap," she said. But as the fire warmed her feet and fingers, she felt her resistance melting too. She longed for the old elation, and felt that after all it was still possible. Would it make any difference to her, she thought, if she found out he was a murderer? In her confusion and her pleasure in his company, she came to no conclusion. "What about your wife?" she said. "Can you do without her?" "I don't know," he said. "It's not only that. I have responsibilities. There are the children, my work, and now there's the problem of Alice." So you've still not made the choice, she said. You're here, but you've still not decided. How can I decide? He cried. I care for you both. That's impossible, she said. Really, it's impossible. He moved away from the kitchen door and walked towards her. She knew she should be strong and tell him to go back to his bloody wife and bloody kids. But she said nothing. He stood very close to her. I need more time, he said quietly. You don't understand. Things have changed. Someone saw you in the churchyard on Saturday night. It could be very dangerous. If the police find out... Stella was so unreliable, he thought. I know someone saw me, she said. I recognized him. There was that man from the meeting, Charlie Elliott. But don't worry, he was drunk. He won't remember anything. And if he does, the police won't believe him. He saw you? Max demanded. He was shocked. How could you let that happen? I didn't know then, she said, that it would be so important. How can you say that? He said. Then, seeing the surprise on her face, wanting to reassure her, he continued more reasonably. No, of course not. How could you? You can't think I had anything to do with your aunt's murder, she said. His reaction to learning she had been seen in the churchyard frightened her. I liked her. I wouldn't do anything to hurt her. No, he said flatly. I know you had nothing to do with that. He reached out and stroked her face and her neck, just under her ear, where he knew she liked it. She could not respond to the caress and turned away. Look, she said, this business has made me feel really uptight. Why don't we open some wine? I don't know, he said, tempted. I don't think I should stay. Judy will be expecting me home. She's worried about the kids. Peter found the body. Oh, fine, she said, suddenly angry. You were feeling guilty because you put me in such a bloody awkward position on Saturday night. So you bring me flowers and think everything's hunky-dory. Now you can go back to your wife and children and forget about me again. It's not like that, he said. Really. It seemed like that on Saturday, she said. While I was waiting for you. I'll phone you tonight, he said. When Judy's in bed. Will you be in? Yes, she said. Of course I'll be in. Where the hell am I likely to go? But she allowed him to put his arms around her and kiss her. And it was only after he had gone, and she was arranging the flowers haphazardly in water, that she felt she had been deceived. Max drove slowly home. When James arrived home, he found Stella calmer, returned almost to her normal self, though he could tell by her restlessness that she was still under considerable stress. She seemed to find it impossible to sit still. She had lit a fire in the living room and made him stand in front of it to thaw out, while she brought him whiskey and slippers. You're losing all the heat into the garden, he said, nodding towards a window. Why don't you draw the curtains? But she refused. The ice in the moonlight was so beautiful, she said, and lasted such a short time. They should make the most of it. Where's Carolyn? He asked. In her bedroom, watching television. You should be more careful what you say in front of her, he said. You heard her at lunchtime. Nonsense, Stella said. She didn't say anything. She's a tough little lady. No, he said. She's not as tough as she makes out. She keeps all her feelings bottled up, and that's dangerous. We expect too much of her. He was genuinely worried about Carolyn. Since the weekend, she had not mentioned Alice, and he found her silence unhealthy, even if it was easier for him than tears or difficult questions. He wondered if he had gone too far in talking about the girl. Stella usually reacted to any implied criticism of her ability as a mother with tears. But now she seemed strong enough to cope with anything. I expect you're right, she said. She's so grown up now. I sometimes forget how young she is. Ramsay went to speak to the James Laidlaws that night without any clear idea of what he hoped to achieve. He had nothing to ask them, which would not wait until the following day. He was grasping for some shred of evidence which would move the investigation forward. From his car, he contacted the communication centre. There was still no news of Elliot. He admitted to himself later that he also went because he had been so affected by the warmth of Max and Judy's home. He needed evidence that marriage was not always as happy as there seemed to be, that he was not really missing out on anything of value. Perhaps he hoped to find that evidence in the elegant house in Otterbridge. There was also an element of needing to propitiate James Laidlaw of what Hunter would call sucking up to the press. When he first entered the large house behind the Abbey, it seemed to Ramsay that he would be disappointed. He was met with an image of domestic contentment. Stella was curled up in a large armchair in front of the fire reading a book, and the little girl was on the floor playing with a jigsaw. James opened the door to Ramsay and showed him into the room, taking obvious pleasure in his family. Yet throughout the conversation, Ramsay felt uneasy. Stella talked too much and too quickly, and this was odd in comparison with her silence of the previous day. James watched her protectively. He answered Ramsay's questions quickly, before Stella could come in, as if he were afraid of her making a fool of herself. More disturbing to Ramsay was the child, who watched him with an intense and unblinking stare, motivated, he thought, either by hatred or fear. "Will you have a drink, Inspector?" Stella asked, as soon as he came into the room. "It's so cold. You must have a drink." Ramsay said he would have a small one to keep out the cold. Stella returned to her chair with a drink for herself, and as she talked, she twisted the stem of her glass between her fingers. "This is all so upsetting," she said. "You can't imagine how upset we are." Ramsay made no reply.
"How can we help you, Inspector?"
James said.
"Just a few questions," Ramsay said. "And I wanted to keep you in touch with what's been going on. I've just come from your brother's house."
He paused, expecting some questions about how Max and Judy were, but James said nothing.
"They seem upset too," Ramsay said. "I understand Judy and Mrs. Parry were very close. They shared a lot of interests."
But again, if he hoped to provoke a response from the Laidlaws, he was disappointed. Stella seemed about to speak, but James looked at her, and she remained silent.
"I've been trying to get in touch with Mary Raven, your reporter," Ramsay said. "She wasn't at home yesterday."
"Do you know where she is?"
"I phoned the paper earlier, but no one had seen her." "She was working in the magistrate's court this morning," James said. "I usually cover it, but Alice's death made me forget all about it. She'll be in the office tomorrow, I expect, if you want to talk to her, though I'm not sure if she'll be able to help you."
That came as something of a relief to Ramsay. One disappearing witness was quite enough.
"We have a little more information about Mrs. Parry," he said. "She left Henshaw's quite safely and arrived home at midnight."
"We were both in bed by midnight," Stella said quickly. "Weren't we, darling? I was fast asleep. I always sleep so much better at Brinkbonny than I do here."
"I was certainly in bed," Laidlaw said, "though I was probably still reading then."
"You didn't hear anything?"
"Nothing."
"Where was your room?"
"In the northwest corner of the tower."
"So you would have had a view of the churchyard and the drive?"
"I suppose so, yes, but I didn't look out."
"What about you, Mrs. Laidlaw? Did you see anyone around the tower or in the churchyard?" She smiled a wide, feline smile. "No," she said. "I didn't see anything." She almost purred with satisfaction, stretched, and settled again into the chair.
"Surely the most important thing," James said, brusque and businesslike, is to find out who wrote that anonymous letter."
"Oh," Ramsay said. "We know that."
"It was Charlie Elliot. He's your man, then?"
"Perhaps. We need to talk to him, certainly."
"You mean you've let him go?"
Ramsay felt a familiar irritation. "It's important, you know, to keep an open mind," he said mildly.
"All the same, there'll be some serious questions about how this investigation's been handled."
There was the sound then of a car pulling up on the drive outside the house, and the front doorbell rang. James seemed frustrated to be disturbed in the middle of his indignation. He shut the door behind him as he went out, but from the sitting room they heard raised voices, angry words. For a moment the other voice was vaguely familiar to Ramsay, but it subsided almost immediately, and the impression was lost. The front door was opened and slammed shut, and the car drove away. Side 9.
"Problems?"
Ramsay asked, when James returned to the room.
"Not really," Laidlaw said. "We printed an uncomplimentary story about a local businessman who'd been prosecuted by the Health and Safety Executive. He wanted to complain, said we were biased. It's all nonsense, of course."
"Do people often come to your house?"
"No,"
Laidlaw said shortly.
"It's not something I encourage. It won't happen again."
They offered Ramsay another drink, but he refused and said he should go home. When he went outside, the air was milder, and droplets of moisture hung in the air. All night there was the sound of melted snow dripping in the gutters, and in the morning the garden was green again, and the sun was shining. The car stolen by Charlie Elliot from Tom Kerr's garage was found late on Monday evening in the car park of a do-it-yourself superstore in the industrial estate just outside Otterbridge. No one could remember how long it had been there. No one had seen Charlie Elliot in the streets around the town, though a motorbike had been stolen from outside a house close to the estate, and the police were working on the theory that he had taken it. His picture was on the front page of every local newspaper. The press had found an old army photograph with Charlie standing beside a friend, smiling. And because that did not look sufficiently sinister, there was a police sketch too, with staring eyes and stubble on the chin. It was evident from the pictures, and from the tone of the newspaper reporting, that Charlie Elliot was a murderer. Ramsay was under increasing pressure to limit the scope of his investigation to the arrest of Charlie Elliot. Early on Tuesday morning, the superintendent had Ramsay in his office.
"Look," he said.
"Steve." Ramsay winced.
"I respect your integrity, but I think you're being unnecessarily cautious here. We have motive, we have opportunity. The chap's run away. That's almost as good as a confession. We really can't justify the time and cost of any wider investigation. It's a matter of following up sightings until he's caught. It's all a question of publicity now. He'll be miles away. You're a good man. We must think about your career. After that unfortunate business at Heppelburn, you should keep your head down for a while. Avoid controversy, Steve. I'm thinking of your future." "I don't think he did it," Ramsay said. "I believe him. There was a woman in the churchyard." "Find me the woman, and we might have a different situation." "Look," Ramsay said, "I'm investigating a different angle on the development. Henshaw's got no record, but apparently he's been known to use violence to get what he wants. He's not the respectable builder he likes to be thought. I want to follow that up too, but I need time and men." "Steve, leave it alone." "I'm sorry. This is an order. It's a matter of economics. If we had unlimited resources..." "2 more days," Ramsay said. "Give me 2 more days, me and Hunter." "You think you can wrap it up in 2 days?" "I'll have to," Ramsay said. "Won't I?" The superintendent nodded. In the incident room, Hunter was on the telephone.
Calls were coming in from all over the country. Elliot had been seen on a train between Cardiff and Swansea, hitching a lift down the M1, in a bus queue in South London. "Fantasies," Ramsay said, when Hunter showed him the reports. "Nothing worth bothering about there." He dialed Jack Robson's home number, but though he let it ring, there was no reply. The lack of response made him irrationally angry. "Come on," he said to Hunter. "You can't stay in here drinking tea all day. There's too much work to do. We're going to talk to Mary Raven." Mary Raven slept badly, and while it was still dark, she got up and wandered about the flat drinking from a mug of black coffee, trying to decide what she should do about Max. The sensible thing would be to stop the affair now. It had caused enough hurt. He had treated her abominably, and had appeared at the flat the night before because he wanted reassurance and information. She was a fool to think he would leave his wife and his precious family for her. He did not care that much. Then the romantic excitement of his appearance at the flat, uninvited, shy, moved her almost to tears. She knew it was unreasonable to expect him to leave his wife, but she had never been one for logical thought. She'd always been attracted to danger and extremes. When other girls at school misbehaved, they kept open an avenue of retreat, of apology. In arguments with parents, they were prepared to compromise. Mary Raven was expelled from school, and at 16 she left home to live in a squat, until the life there became too uncomfortable, and she returned, still defiant, to her parents. She had never been reasonable. When it was light, she went to the kitchen and poured out a bowl of cornflakes. There was no milk, and she padded barefoot through the entrance hall to the front door to fetch it. Outside it was warmer, and the sky was clear. She felt restless and optimistic. Perhaps she should drive to the health centre, she thought, and wait for Max. It would be a pleasure just to see him, to exchange a few words with him. But she rejected the plan almost immediately. Max might be irritated by the attention, and besides, it would be too dangerous. It was to distract her from doing anything foolish that she sat at the table to work. She began to write up the court proceedings of the day before, banging on her second-hand typewriter, waking up the student who had the bed sit in the next room. Soon she became engrossed. When she paused to dress and make more coffee, she thought that while Max was making up his mind, she still had her career to consider. Mary Raven was not in the express office when Ramsay and Hunter arrived. James Laidlaw was there, hostile and intimidating, still talking about the police mismanagement of the case and their incompetence in allowing Charlie Elliott to run away. "I understand that he was interviewed twice," Laidlaw said, "and still you let him go. I'll be making the point very clearly in this week's paper." He could not tell them where to find Mary Raven, and it was Marjorie, the receptionist, who suggested they try the small cafe in Front Street. "She came in early," Marjorie said, "before I arrived. She's rather a melodramatic young lady. She left me a note saying she was working on a story and she didn't know when she'd be back. But if she's in Otterbridge at this time, she usually has a coffee and a sandwich over the road." She returned to her typing. The cafe was empty except for Mary Raven. It had print tablecloths, silk flowers in bowls, and an elderly lady in a black uniform to serve the customers. In the summer, it would be full of day trippers from Newcastle. Mary was drinking more black coffee, cupping her hands around the patterned china cup. She seemed lost in thought. Ramsay looked at her through the window and decided she might be the mysterious woman who had been in the churchyard. She was small, dark, with long hair. She fitted Charlie Elliott's description. If they could persuade her to admit that she was there that night, walking through the gravestones, his superintendent might be inclined to believe the rest of Charlie's story. As they watched, she set down the empty coffee cup and began to write in a shorthand notebook which was on the table in front of her. She wrote quickly and fluently, pausing occasionally as if searching for the right word. When they walked into the cafe, she looked up briefly but took no notice of them. She put them down as reps in town to collect goods from the agricultural suppliers near the market. She imagined them delivering dog food all round the region. "Miss Raven?" It was Hunter who approached her, while Ramsay went to the counter to pay for tea. "Yes," she said. "I'm Mary Raven." "Who are you?" "My name's Hunter, Detective Sergeant Hunter," he said, showing her his identity card. "What do you want?" They stared at each other with evident hostility. Ramsay thought they might have been brother and sister, two alike, always fighting. They were both dark, aggressive, unruly. She was still holding the pen and seemed anxious to continue writing. As Ramsay approached with the tea, she turned the notebook face down so they could not see what had been written. "Just a few questions," Hunter said, "about Mrs. Parry." "But I thought you were looking for someone in connection with that." "We are," Hunter said angrily, "but there are always a few loose ends. You know how it is?" "No," she said. "I'm not sure that I do. But if you're going to disturb me anyway, you can buy me another coffee." She waited while Ramsay bought coffee from the counter. "Who are you?" she asked. "His sidekick?" "Something like that," Ramsay murmured. He sat back in the chair, out of her line of vision, and watched her while Hunter asked her questions. "You met Mrs. Parry on the afternoon of her death?" "Yes," she said. She lit a cigarette. Ramsay thought she looked very tense, very tired. His optimism increased. "Why did you go to Brigbonny?" "You must know that already," she said. "To cover the residents' meeting about the proposed new development." But Mr. Laidlaw had made it clear that he did not want to follow the story any further. "Yes," she said. "Well, perhaps James has too many scruples." She spoke with a bitterness which surprised Ramsay. Perhaps he could never have made it in Fleet Street after all. "What do you mean?" "He once had an offer of a job in London on a daily," she said, "but he turned it down. He claimed it was because his wife wouldn't want to move. But I'm not so sure. I don't think he could have handled it. He's been a big fish in a little pond for too long." I must be tired, she thought. I'm just being bitchy. "But you could handle it?" Hunter said. "Yes," she said. "Why not?" "I need a break. I don't want to stay on the Otterbridge Express for the rest of my career." "And that's why you went to Brinkbonny?" "Partly," she said. "I do stuff sometimes for one of the Newcastle papers. Henshaw's got planning applications outstanding all over the country. I thought it might make a feature. And no one had done an interview with Mrs. Parry." "And she agreed to speak to you?" "Yes. She was really nice." "What did you speak about?" "The development at first. The meeting had upset her. She wasn't a rich outsider who moves into a village and takes no part in its affairs. She'd lived there for 20 years. Her husband died there. She thought they were all her friends. Then they turned against her. That hurt her." "What else did she talk about?" "All sorts of things. Her family. She showed me photographs of her great-niece and nephews. Then I talked to her about my problems. She was dead easy to talk to." "Oh." Hunter was all charm and flattery. "What problems could you possibly have?" "I don't think," she said, "that's anything to do with you." He shrugged and smiled. "She didn't say anything which you feel might have a bearing on her murder?" No, she said. Nothing at all. She looked at her notebook, and Ramsay thought she wanted to be at work again. Do you know Max Laidlaw? Hunter asked. Yes, she said. He's a doctor at the health centre. I know his wife. We're both involved with the Women Writers' Workshop. Did you talk to Mrs. Parry about Max and Judy Laidlaw? Only indirectly, she said. She thought her family should have given her more support over the development issue. She wanted them behind the banners, trying to stop the builder. Hunter was sneering, trying to provoke a reaction. Something like that. And not very likely, is it? I don't know, she said. Probably not. James wants to keep his objectivity. Max might be more sympathetic. What time did you leave, Mrs. Parry? I don't know, about 4:30. She was expecting her family. Did anyone come to the house while you were there? No, she said. But as I was on my way into the village, someone was coming across the green towards the tower. When he saw me, he waited until I came out before he went into the churchyard. I was a bit worried. I wondered if I should go back and check that Mrs. Parry was all right, but I thought she was probably able to look after herself. Are you sure he went up to the house? Yes, she said. I saw him walk through the churchyard to the little gate into the garden. Who was it? The fat man, who was so rude to Mrs. Parry at the meeting. Charlie Elliot, Ramsay thought, delivering the letter. Did you see him come out again? Hunter asked. Yes, she said, just as I was getting into my car. Where had you parked your car? By the green outside the church. Hunter paused, drank tea. Did you walk through the churchyard to get to your car? No, she said. I didn't like to wander through Mrs. Parry's garden. I went down the drive. Did you go into the churchyard later that evening? No, she said. It looked very interesting, but I didn't go in. You're lying, Ramsay thought. But why? Hunter was continuing with his questions. When did you leave Brinkbonny? As soon as I got to my car, she said. Are you sure? She hesitated, just for a moment. Yes, she said. What reason could I have for staying? Ramsay's head was full of questions, none of which it was possible to ask her. If she was the woman in the churchyard, where did she leave her car? No one saw any strange car on the green that night. And what on earth was she doing there? Was there an angle on the planning story she was reluctant to talk about before her article was finished? Or was the reason more personal? He spoke for the first time since the interview had started, and his soft voice surprised her. Tell me, he said, what relationship do you have with your employer? What do you mean? She said angrily. Relationship? Do you want to know if he is screwing me? He smiled, as if amused by her childishness, her lack of taste and sophistication. Let me tell you, she said. James Laidlaw and I have no relationship at all outside the office. He's besotted with his wife. You don't meet him at all socially? Occasionally, she said vaguely. We have some mutual friends. Ramsay nodded and indicated to Hunter that he should continue the questions. Where were you on Saturday evening? Hunter asked. In Newcastle, she said. At a party. She looked at him defiantly. I can give you the address if you like, she said. I got drunk and stayed the night. I slept on the floor, on me own. That would be very helpful, he said. What time did you arrive at the party? Ramsay asked. I don't know. She was almost shouting. How should I know? I went home to change first. I didn't want to get there until it had warmed up. What are all these questions about? A woman, answering your description, was seen in Brinkbonny churchyard on Saturday night, Ramsay said formally. We need to eliminate her from our inquiries. This is ridiculous, she said. Who saw this woman anyway? A reliable witness, Ramsay lied. Why are you bothering with this? Mary cried. You know who killed her. Why aren't you out there looking for him? You're just wasting time, my time. Ramsay said nothing. He knew Hunter agreed with Mary Raven. He thought they were wasting time too. Charlie Elliot had murdered Alice Parry and run away. If he was innocent, Hunter had said, he would have come forward by now. We'll find him. He might even have left the country, but we'll get him in the end. Ramsay sighed. He felt his options were closing. He could not afford another failure. It was easier, perhaps, to accept the general opinion that Elliot had killed Alice Parry in a drunken rage. It was not so unlikely after all. He stood up and then, on impulse, wrote the number of the incident room on a scrap of paper. If you remember anything, he said, or come across any information which might help, give me a ring. Inspector Ramsay. She looked up briefly and nodded, but he saw her roll the paper in a ball and push it into her pocket before returning her attention to her notebook. In the street, the policemen paused